Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Like a Sam Smith dancer saying, "Oh my God, I didn't know it would be sexualized."
Yeah, she probably has a plus and minus system with everybody too.
No, hold on. Lizzo has come out and said that these these are false.
Right.
Why don't you please, now that there's not a lot of crosstalk and other people's voices being heard, why don't you completely and clearly say what you just said?
Who are you referring to?
You.
Oh, me?
You.
Moi? I said maybe she has a plus and minus system.
Are you suggesting that?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network
Dan a little heavy, like Dan almost grandpa-like on the cologne today.
Maybe it was one spritz too many. I don't know. I had my windows down. It was too hot to roll down my windows. I usually have an air bath on the way in.
But did anybody ever have that grandpa that always just wore like a little too much, just
too
like
much brute?
Yeah, too much brute or something.
By Fabergé.
And as soon as grandpa would walk in the room, you know, you could just smell.
Yeah, it's better than the homeless guy walking in the room and everyone remembering that smell.
It's not a comparison.
come on.
Just saying,
It's not a forced choice.
I'm just saying, like, are you off your prep game today? Did you not, like, is there a reason why you are 2 spritz a little heavier today? Because I mean, I know you're very routine based.
Well, I drove the SF90, so I don't usually put the windows down, and I should have. Because I usually like to cool off a little bit, but it's so hot outside. It's just like you roll down the window and you just start sweating.
So you didn't roll the windows down.
But usually I'll roll the windows down because it helps wake me up a little bit, a little air in my hair.
Well, especially when you're going 114.
It's great.
For that little stretch of 275, I think you're on
between Dale Mabry and West Shore.
Yeah, that little maybe 2 miler.
129.
You like to really kind of sometimes open it up a little bit, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, really? I mean, you're like there's never any
129 kilometers.
Sure. Like, I don't really think there's I don't think there's really a place for a cop to sit in that little area.
Not safely.
No, yeah, exactly. So I think sometimes you like to get on there.
Maybe.
If the windows are down, you like to zip it up a little bit.
I'll hear it.
That's what we're going to call it. Was zip it up a little bit, which might cause a cross flow, and it might blow off some of that, excess brute that you have on today.
Right.
What do you use? Like, I use Grace. I use this called Grace Philosophy.
Philosophy.
That's what I use for my lotion and my body spritz. That's what I use, called Grace Philosophy, and it's got a real kind of a clean linen smell.
You always smell good. You always smell good.
Yeah, like I always
love clean linen smell.
That's what I got.
My favorite candle.
And so, what do you use? Like, or do you use like Creed?
Handshake for men.
Handshake for men.
I use Creed Aventus.
Right, but that sometimes is that a spritz or is that a cologne?
It's it's a spray bottle, but it's like it's a cologne.
Right. You just put like how many I do everything in 7s. So like
if I did 7 spritzes, dude, I would smell for 5 days. It's so strong.
That's why yours is a cologne and mine's a body spray. Mine's a spritz.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a difference between us. I never really broke it down.
There's toilet water, there's cologne.
No, but what I'm saying, I think like there's
the
a difference
density,
between
of
a spritz versus a cologne.
Right. They're significantly
Same
more
with women.
Significantly more concentrated.
Yes,
right.
that's weird.
A spritz is real light and watered down, whereas a cologne is like, like not constant.
Full on.
Yeah, real.
It's like perfume and body spray for women.
Right.
Lummi, do you use anything? Do you?
Yeah, well, I mean, when I go out, I have a Aqua Di.
I'm talking about coming to work. Obviously,
no, just
you
my
don't
deodorant,
you don't do anything, do you?
No, I don't put any cologne on. No,
you don't do anything.
No.
Like,
I put on cologne to go for a bike ride.
I'm always put on cologne. I always put on cologne. And then Anna,
I'm in the ambulance.
Any certain
God, it smells good.
any certain regiment you have?
I usually try to stay away from.
Are you real
body
organic
spray.
and granola?
No, but
it smells like patchouli oil.
Well, what happens to me is when I do wear it.
Patchouli oil. Is that what you just said?
Yeah. Something else. The rainbow tie-dyed fest.
Right.
When I do wear it, I get even more bit up by mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
We were going to talk about that. Hold on now.
I'm really hurting right now.
I was going to let me set
Yeah,
that
it's
up, though,
bad.
okay? Let me set that up.
What'd you like?
So Anna walks in. Anna's first in today. Well, Lummi and Rhett had our little meeting. Mach, do you have a regiment? Do you have like a lotion or like any type of cologne or body spritz that you use before work? Not talking about before you go out. That's what Lummi was talking about. Lummi just comes to work just bare minimum.
Yes,
as a man.
I do know you don't like smells, like strong smells. So
I don't mind strong. Well, Dan's was a little strong today.
And coffee smells.
I don't like coffee. I don't like cigarette. And
usually the belt's hiding the smell a little bit, so without the belt on me, I think the smell's like radiating a little bit more.
You're saying the belt keeps it in a little bit?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like a jacket over my shirt.
Do you feel naked, Dan, without the belt?
I do feel naked. It feels weird. Yes, it was.
The right side of your chest is screaming for that extra 4.5 pounds.
Look how bright it is. It's too bright.
It's not a wonder that your right side of your deltoids haven't built up a little bit more than your left side, because I think you tend to wear it over your right, don't you?
Yes, I walk around a little bit crooked.
Right.
I'm a little
It
hypertrophy.
evens you out. The belt evens you out.
So, Mach, any stuff that you do particular? Perfect. And how about you, Rat? I'm assuming Mach is doing something. Anytime Mach never not answers because he's mad. He never not answers because he's wiring stuff up.
Yeah, he's usually busy.
Yeah.
No, I just use deodorant. That's it.
That's it. Do you brush your teeth?
Yeah.
Do you brush your teeth?
50%.
I mean, sometimes I had to remind my son, which I just can't.
So gross, isn't it?
Do you ever have to remind your kids?
Yeah, I'm like, dude, the one thing a girl's going to remember 10 years from now is how bad your breath or your BO was.
How many times, and Dan, I'm not trying to pick on little Danny because I am about 5 or 6 years ahead of Tyler's age versus little Danny. So I know what you're fixing. I know the territory.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I know what boys his age get themselves into.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you, you wouldn't believe. What's Danny, 12?
Almost.
Okay, so you wouldn't believe how many times we would be getting ready to go somewhere, and Tyler was 12 years old, and I go, and he's, I can see his teeth are clearly not brushed, like borderline yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, or for whatever he ate the night before, I'm like, did you brush your teeth? Oh, no. I forgot. How do you forget to brush your teeth?
It's like forgetting to wipe your butt. I mean,
literally,
it's that bad.
I can't. The only way I can forget to brush my teeth is if I wake up and I eat breakfast immediately. Then I figure I'll brush my teeth after. Like I don't brush my teeth necessarily, but sometimes I do. I mean, I probably brush my teeth no less than 2, usually like 3 times a day, just because I don't know. But these kids.
Get the fur off of them. It's gross.
Like,
I mean, you have to.
There are some people, honest to God, there are some people that don't brush their teeth like they should.
Mm-hmm. And then they got nasty gum disease, and they think they're okay, and then their teeth all fall out. So,
Lemmy, are you a teeth brusher in the morning? Like,
yeah, in the morning, usually when I get home in the afternoon if I have lunch, and then at night.
Yeah, I'm sure you
3
keep
times.
Yeah,
Especially, and then if jujitsu, usually 4.
But these kids. Rhett, how about teeth with you?
Oh, yeah, it's a must, especially after smoking.
All right.
Well, you remember Colton?
Cigarettes?
Remember how bad?
ripping heaters.
Not cigarettes. Weed. We do not allow cigarettes here. We only allow weed. Cigarettes disgust me. I'll fire you if I see you smoking a cigarette, but I will embrace you if you're smoking weed. I don't know. I'm a weird boss. Sorry. What were you saying, Lemmy?
I was saying, remember Colton, how he didn't brush his teeth for a year and a half, 2 years, or whatever it was?
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
He went to the dentist. He had like 9 cavities.
No, 13.
Do you have dentures in?
No, he had 13 cavities, though, because he would go like maybe, not a year and a half, but he'd go like literally like a week.
What?
And yeah, he'd go like a week and not brush his teeth.
And eat candy.
And eat
like
candy at night and then lay in bed with all that sugar just, inside. I'm so anal about my teeth that I even have one of those water pick gum aerators.
Yeah.
Because
I'm always like choking and making a mess when I use that. It's like I just jet skied in the bathroom.
I know,
there's stuff all over the mirror, the floor, everywhere.
I will tell you this: it's a certain technique. You got to learn how to do it. You got to
loose mouth, but still tight-lipped.
Hold on, loose mouth, but still tight-lipped, while allowing the exit water to go out of one side of the mouth while you're you're working on your right side.
That's a tough one.
You're letting your left lip kind of fatten up a little and kind of trinkle out. But I will tell you, man, it is the best thing. You get a little gum medicine, like Crest gum, like for your gums, and you put like a cap full of that inside the water pick deal. I do it twice. I do it at least once a day.
Really?
Oh yeah.
You water pick daily? You are such a clean person.
I water pick daily. Absolutely daily. And I use this gum medicine because Dr. McSherry one time told me, he said, listen, the number one, as you get older, the number one people can have nice teeth, but they don't take care of their gums.
Right. Gum care is important.
And he said, let me tell you, this is probably 15 years ago. He goes, getting your teeth worked on is like nothing compared to the pain of gum surgery.
Yeah,
he's like,
sucks.
man, you'll take 2 root canals any day over some gum surgery.
Root canals don't hurt. I mean, gum surgery hurts.
So I water pick all between my teeth and my gums, and then what you're supposed to do is you beat you water pick your gums, and it makes them tougher. And
you don't want them puffy.
No, right, right. And so, like the first time, you guys should do the water pick challenge because the first time you do it, it looks like a murder scene.
It does.
Because your gums are not you. If you think about it, your gums are just not used to it. They're not used to being irritated and pummeled with water at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first time you do it, it literally looks like there's like these little mini blood worms all in your sink. Yeah, but then
but it's
your
not just in your
gums,
sink. It's on your mirror. It's on your towel.
But hold
it's
on.
on your shirt.
But
it's
your
on your
your gums build up a resistance to it, and like after 2 weeks, you can be on full. Like they have settings 1 through 10. Like you tender gummers. You guys have never done it for be 1 and 2s, but I'm up to 10.
Nice.
And like after a couple weeks, even if you started out as a 1 or 2er, you could fix your gums
to where they can take a pounding,
or they can take a 10 in 2 weeks.
Wow.
And so, I mean, you might want to think about that. Dan, do you have a water pick, Dan?
Yes, but last time I used it, like I said, I still make murder scenes, and it fills my mouth up, and I gag, and it's just, it's awkward for me.
Not for everyone.
So anyway,
but I do floss like 2 or 3 times a day. It's not the same.
Anna walks in today and asks me if I have anything for her itchy legs, and I go, I think she got into some no-see-ums.
Oh, I thought, okay.
And so I look at it, and she's got some, like maybe over-the-counter cream or something. I'm like, maybe Dan might have something a little more aggressive he could prescribe you. But Anna,
I just have like cortisone. Sorry, my legs are.
Show
really
Dan
your
bites, and of course, she's a borderline hypochondriac. Her and the Macho Man. So, it's. I get those every weekend, Lummy, at track.
Caladril. It'll stop the itch.
Caladril?
Calamine and Benadryl combined.
It's you buy it at the
CVS
pharmacy, and it's pink.
Mm-hmm.
It literally looks like Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah, it's Caladril. It's like calamine and Benadryl. It's close enough.
And you put it on. You put it on, and it kind of dries. It kind of dries like a little crusty.
And it's OTC.
Yeah,
it's
OTC, just like you.
Over the counter. Dan.
I'm over the counter.
Dan, what?
Do you call me a whore? I don't even know what that means.
OCD.
No. You clearly are.
I said over OTC, but I'm thinking like OCD.
But you basically called her an over-the-counter bitch. What is that?
I don't even know what that means.
I meant OCD.
No. Lummy, what did you hear? Scouts on her, three fingers up.
I said
OTC, and I assumed he was saying she was over the counter.
We were assuming that.
I don't know what that means.
I mean, Dan,
she's like off the rack.
What has she done? Dan, what has she done? For you for you, I mean, what do you think? She's the Uber driver from Friday?
No, although Uber.
No, hold on, stop. Okay. I'm going somewhere with that. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Anna gave me some thank you brownies this morning, and I'm very happy with Anna. I'm not trying to mess with her at all.
Well, you called her an over-the-counter bitch, and that's
okay. And I don't even know what that means.
OCD. She's not over the counter.
Hey, Anna, you're a straight over-the-counter bitch, which I don't know what that means.
I don't know either.
Hey, man, walk up to a guy in a bar. Hey, I just want to let you know all these other chicks, but I'm an over-the-counter bitch.
That means you can bend me over the counter?
No, I don't know. We haven't determined what that means.
I know it's odd to be offended but not understand why.
Right, but
I was offended for some reason.
I don't know why.
So you're telling me you're an over-the-counter bitch? Yeah, I am. Okay, well, what is that? I mean, I'm pretty hip here. Maybe I should call my friend Jimmy Cleavis or something, but what does over-the-counter bitch mean? Well, it means you can bend me over the counter, or it just means I'm just a normal kind of plain Jane blender ender, or I'm kind of granola I don't know. I don't know what it means.
What is over-the-counter?
I don't know what it means. So anyway, Anna,
you don't need a prescription.
Caladril.
Caladril. I'm going to buy it right after the show.
And it will work.
Okay.
Yes, it does. It's very helpful.
It will work.
Excellent.
Christopher Martin, 25 on the Venmo.
Got to start the new week out, right, Lummy?
Yes, we do.
Start the new week and the new month. Dan and I went on a 29-mile bike ride.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. We rode hard.
Oh, we rode
hard.
I was kind of like, I don't know how hard you can ride on an e-bike, but I mean, Dan will tell you, I don't stop. Like, I'm not Johnny e-bike that just hits the button.
No. You're pedaling the whole time.
Like, I'm pedaling the whole time.
Just
You're
like
hustling.
assist.
He's hustling.
Like, I'm hustling, but I mean, I could never,
Those legs are moving?
ever. I mean, I need the e-bike in order to do the speeds that Dan and this one dude we met on the trail. Like, I could never do that. Like, I could probably go from here to 7-Eleven or maybe a real bike. I don't know. But this e-bike deal, I mean, like, I know, Dan. I mean, I know I'm getting exercise, aren't I?
Oh yeah, you definitely are, dude.
And I'm always
First of all,
and I'm
always
always
in that sun for 2 solid hours.
Right, and I'm always keeping tension on the chain.
Right.
Meaning, like, I mean,
you're working.
Yeah. And now my bike's very big and heavy. I'm the supply vehicle for Dan.
You're the rabbit.
Because Dan's got this, he's got all kinds of stuff, and so he puts it in the back of my backpack that's got a little Diaco Institution of Plastic Surgery gel pack, freezable gel pack, so we can have our monsters and stuff.
And
so
Bubba Army insulated little box.
So we go
and
on
just the two of you?
Just me and Dan.
Oh,
Merch Crick really can't,
No
it's not supposed to be doing anything on a bike or anything like that. She's just, Merch Crick's on a physical timeout.
Probation? Bike
no,
probation?
she's not on behavior, but she's on physical.
I understand.
She's hurt.
Yeah, she got tweaked up a little bit.
She's on the IR.
So she's on
IR.
Yeah, she's on IR.
You know what that means?
I don't know if it's season.
I don't.
We don't know if it's
Injury.
season injury IR or not, Lummy, but it's IR.
Yeah.
No. So Dan and I go, and at this point, Dan is super good at bike riding. You can tell Dan's been on some professional bike rides, he
brought his new bike, right?
Bike races. I'm sorry. Dan's been in some sanctioned bike races.
Did a triathlon, right?
Yeah. Didn't you do an Ironman?
Full Ironman, a couple
that's crazy.
halves.
Now hold on.
That's insane.
What's an it's hold on, let me see if I guess. Was it 26 miles running?
Yes, at the end.
100 miles biking
112.
and 50 miles swimming?
50?
No, I'm sorry.
No, 2.4.
What's wrong with you?
50.
Dan,
Hold on. Can you imagine if really the Ironman everything I said plus 50 miles swimming?
Oh my God!
Take
have
you
to
2 days.
Yeah, I mean
Swim to
English
Cuba.
Channel's only 20 miles.
Haven't people swum the end? Is it swam or swum?
Swam. Yes.
At least I asked. Haven't people swam the English Channel?
Yes, multiple times. But one of the big things was swimming from Cuba to Florida, and
That's
90. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's been done.
That's been done.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what?
Kind of BS the way it's done.
Yeah.
Because you're following a
Inner
boat.
tube.
I was getting and you got to support. You got to support. You got 4 boats that are all around
Yeah.
you.
Back in the old day, they just greased their asses up and swim to France. Put a little lard on their ass and go.
What's that mean?
They literally grease up because the water was so cold. So before the wetsuits were
lard
really
on the
good.
ass. I'll be the number one swimmer. I'll be the number one swimmer in the world.
No, they would literally they would smear grease and stuff on them so they would insulate them, and then they'd swim.
And does it make you slicker too?
Nah, I don't know. I think it was for warmth.
More of insulation.
I think it was for warmth.
Because I don't think you can swim long distance in a scuba suit, can you?
No, you absolutely can because it makes you more buoyant.
Oh, okay.
When I did triathlons, I was faster with a wetsuit than I was without a wetsuit, which would surprise me because you think it would constrict your arms, but the wetsuits are so flexible and they have a little buoyancy to them. And so if you're above the water, instead of swimming like a submarine, you're more like a boat. And then
I'm not a very good swimmer.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not either. I'm not very buoyant.
Well, I don't have very big arms. I can't get a. Well, I mean, I just can't get a good.
Do you get good around?
I can't get a good, real good propulsion, deal.
Just kicking your little legs.
My little arms are. I can't get any depth on my stroke.
Right. That's how I felt.
That
when
my belly, it's got a little bit of a drag there,
Yeah, drag's not good in the water.
So you've done an Ironman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then a couple halvesies.
Mm-hmm.
What's a halvesies? 50 miles bike?
That's 56 bike, 13-mile run, and a 1.2-mile swim. I did a halvesy in 5:53, which I was happy with.
That's insane.
How many miles was it running?
13.
13.
That's half marathon. Well,
Dan, you can run
obviously.
13 miles?
Yeah.
Did you run? Now, how many Ironmans did you do? Just one?
I did 2 halves and a full.
What was the full like? Did it almost kill you?
It almost killed me.
Even you being because
it was no fun.
It's kind of it's kind of.
Well,
you're
S.
you're an unbelievable athlete, but this is like next level stuff,
It
right?
was stupid.
These are guys like you have a life where you have family and you're traveling. These are men that just do nothing but train for this particular event, right?
Yeah, but it's so long. It would be as much fun as doing a hula hoop for 14 hours. I mean, it gets boring after a while. It's just.
How about halvesies?
The halvesies were fun.
But that's still 5 hours, ain't it?
Yeah, 5.5. But still, it's you could really push for 5.5 hours. It's hard to push for 13 hours.
Yeah. Did you do it when you turned 50 or something?
When I was 40.
Okay.
Were you still smoking?
Yeah. I'd do 50 miles, smoke a cigarette or two, then ride another 50 miles.
What a sight. What a sight.
I smoked a cigarette after the Ironman.
While on the bike.
I couldn't walk back to the hotel. I'm like, give me a freaking cigarette. Man. I'm sitting there on the side of the street with blisters everywhere and everything cramping up, and I'm puffing on a camel.
Uncle Eric 50 on the Cash App.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Today's after show will be exclusive on our podcast world, within our little podcast world. Hopefully you go and listen to our daily podcast. Lummy, are you guys still full steam ahead on the old time stuff?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I mean, like 2 or 3 of those a week?
Yep. And then, and on Locals, we put some stuff over the weekend, and that's where you can see us visually on the podcast today.
That's right. The only place that the podcast is actually broadcast visually is on our Locals channel. That's within our Rumble world. I know all this gets a little confusing. If you would go to rumble.com, then you'll see a little red button that says join, and then that takes you to this whole nother world of what they call Locals, and we put stuff up on there that we can't put other places, and some exclusive stuff too, right?
Yes, we do.
Right. So Dan and I go on a 29-mile bike ride, and I'm kind of like I pace Dan, and so Dan is such a good rider where all he does is look at my the left side of my rear tire
and your ass
and my ass, and well, that's how can you miss that? And he drafts me the entire time. Like we're not like side by side BS, and like he's right on my back using me as a draft. I mean, Dan, like what
Pretty
do you?
good pocket of air back there.
Yeah, I'm moving a big wedge of air. on our way back, I was pulling 2 guys.
Yeah. You picked up another guy.
We picked up another guy.
A whole team.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
No, but here's the thing. So Dan and I, because we average about 19 to 21 miles an hour.
But we were hitting 24 a lot.
No, I know, but I'm saying like when we're just cruising, we're 19, 20.
Right.
And then we'll zip it up to 24, and then we'll zip it down to 22. And like, I'll tell Dan, okay, Dan, we're going to go for a sprint here. Even though Dan's doing all the work, I'm just kind of, whatever. But we'll get up.
Push my button harder.
So we get going, but we never get past. Like in the history of me and Dan doing bike rides, the 2 or 3 of them that we've done, we've never been passed. Like
No,
we've never.
no
we're
passing
always
rule.
You're on your
We have
left.
a no passing rule.
no, but like we've never been passed. Like there's never been a bike, a group of bikers because I have an e-bike and Dan's following me. There's just not a lot of people on the bike trail that are averaging 21 miles an hour.
No, it's
there's
hard
just
to.
not.
Right.
Unless it's a fellow e-biker, and we've never even been passed by them because my e-bike's pretty quick.
Fast. Yeah, it's faster than a normal e-bike.
So
we're trying to go hard. We're trying to exercise. We're trying to push.
we're not trying to. We're not trying to like just have a nice little stroll.
Sightsee.
We're trying to like get a workout in, and Dan's really working out, and I'm kind of working out, which is a good workout for me. So we're coming back. And we're going about 20, 21 miles an hour. Dan's right on my rear wheel, and all of a sudden I'm always looking back to my left shoulder just to make sure Dan's okay, see how far he is, and see if because sometimes Dan I'll build a little bit of a distance, like I'll zip it up to 24 for too long, and I can see Dan and he's back just a little ways, so then I'll back it down to 19. Dan will hook back on, and I use your distance and how far you are from me, Dan, as to gauge as to how hard I'm pushing.
You're probably hearing how hard I'm breathing, and you hear how much I'm coasting or really pedaling.
This is a bike ride, but this is really called a Dan training session, is what it really is. So I look to my left, and I can always see Dan there, and I'm about every 30, 40 seconds, I'm looking to my left. All of a sudden, I'm looking to my left, and I expect just Dan to be there. Here comes a bike, and I'm like, this
has never happened before.
What's going on? And it looks like it's a bike with a guy riding it, not e-bike Willie. So now Dan's got this brand new, this badass bike he just bought. And every pack of bikes that we would pass going the opposite direction, somebody would like make a comment about, because I guess if you know about cool
it's like the Ferrari of bikes.
Yeah, well, and these bikers that are in this biking world, you see the guys with the tight shirts, and they're in usually packs of like 10. You see and like they all like know they can just glance at your bike and tell what it is and how cool, just where their bike stacks up against your bike, right?
Yep.
And so on the entire time we were doing our ride, probably 4 or 5 bikers would comment about Dan's bike, which makes Dan feel good. And so this dude's coming by, and we're riding, all of a sudden I see this dude come by, and he passes us, passes me and Dan, and he's not on an e-bike. He's like on a regular, bike like Dan.
Wow.
And Dan says, "Oh my God, that's a $14,000 bike." And so then Dan, I don't know what to do. I'm like, we never been passed. What do we do? Dan goes in and starts drafting the dude, and then I go and start drafting Dan, and this, we're hauling ass. And we're being led by, and it's the first time that I've ever been, I kind of like that drafting deal, Dan. I was right on your...
You can feel the difference, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's
I was
significant.
having to actually, Dan, stop a few times. I'd have to stop pedaling to slow down because I was, getting ready to slingshot you guys like Ricky Bobby on Talladega Nights. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I was catching... I was catching a massive draft. I was using probably 50% of the energy needed to go that fast on my own. And so, yeah, like
I've never felt that before.
Yeah. So
it's so significant.
It's so significant.
So significant.
So then Dan, so this guy, now, but you have to understand, if you're the lead guy, it's that much harder for you because you're getting sucked.
There's no way I was going to let this guy pass us and not try to pull him in. So I stayed on his wheel, and then Bubba pulls up on my wheel,
which makes it harder for him, though.
A little bit, yes. And we go all the way up the hill of the Courtney Campbell.
Right. So
back all the way up to the top. And
right.
we all make it up there together.
Yeah. So then we all get back together, and Dan turns to me and says, "Let's give this guy a break. You get back up in front." So then I gun it, Lummy. And I get up in front of that guy.
Nice.
And then Dan gets, I think the guy gets behind me.
There was you, then me, then him.
Right.
He was being polite. He didn't break up between the two of us.
Right.
He
But
didn't have to get between us.
we were hauling ass, and then finally he kind of bared out.
Yeah, he bonked.
Now, did you have any verbal correspondence with this person?
I tried, and he doesn't speak English.
He didn't know. He understood thank you, though.
He understood thank you.
Is he French or something?
I don't know what he was, but he was in shape. He was a little guy. He was a little guy, shredded.
Like a $13,000 track.
$13,000 track.
Really
probably
nice.
28, probably 25, 26-year-old young kid.
Big calves, skinny waist.
Yeah, just probably 140 pounds max.
Oh, yeah, little
Perfect
jockey.
cyclist. Perfect cyclist.
Oh yeah, just and
the kind of guy that would just destroy you.
Skinny arms.
Right. Dan, if you and him raced, raced that same course, he'd smoke you.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
He's definitely a better cyclist than me.
But man,
he wasn't going to pass me, and I was going to hang to him.
Right.
So I was going to let him dog me. We hung, and then we drove him into the ground.
Yeah, we did.
It was good.
We did, and then we stopped.
And I like wearing bike pants because it makes you look like you're really well hung.
Well,
does it have a butt pad on it?
Well, but it's got a crotch pad too. Man. It's like you guys pad your bras.
Yeah.
We can pad our deal with
No,
the bike
I've
pants.
never padded my deal ever.
Like, I got this. I feel like Ron Jeremy when I'm biking.
Where does this come up?
Well, we're just talking about the outfits.
I never did. Wear
bike pants.
I wear basketball shorts. And I can't wear bike pants, Dan. I'm sorry, bike pants just
is
don't.
Not your friend.
It's okay.
I mean,
it's okay. I'm padding.
Yeah.
I feel like
now. Do you wear
bra.
bike pants when you're not biking, just so that it makes your penis look bigger?
I'm going to start now that I realize what I've accomplished here. Yes, I maybe just cut the back pad out so it doesn't look like I've also pooped my pants. So I just want to keep the padding in the front.
Diaper.
Because that padding in the back's a little cumbersome. It gets big, but it hurts. Like my bike seat hurts without padding if I don't wear, because there's no padding on the seat. If I don't have padded pants, it hurts.
How about your penis? Where do you put it?
Well, penis, it finds a spot. It's in several locations. I mean, it takes up some room.
It's in several. My little elevator button just stays right where it needs to be the entire time. It's protected. It's a little bit scared. What's going on?
Sits on the seat, kind of.
Well,
right there.
no, it goes into its hidey hole.
No, mine doesn't
my penis goes into its little hidey hole. It says, what's going on here?
No, mine's up and to the left usually.
Wow. I could only wish I had that problem.
Well, it's got to go someplace. I can't just ride on it.
So, Anna, I was expecting that maybe you did your hair, we were all anticipating your hair caper. I thought this was the weekend that you were going to do your hair.
I said Friday, meaning next Friday, which is this upcoming Friday, is the chop. Now, I was very close to just going into a Fantastic Sam's and just cutting it all off.
Are you going through something right now that a lot of times they say? But a lot of times they say women will chop their hair when they're going through something.
Yeah, like a breakup or divorce or something.
Yeah, I mean,
neither of those have happened to me, but I don't know. I'm getting an itch, and the itch isn't going away. Sometimes you get an itch, and it just kind of goes away. This is not going away.
Now, have you discussed this with anybody that you truly care?
Yes.
As far as you don't care about our opinion. Let's just be honest. You
No.
come in here and practice. I mean, you pretend like you
No,
do.
but I did take into consideration that I will be,
On
made
camera.
fun of relentlessly if it goes bad. But I'm willing to take that chance.
Yeah, but
But
the
that's
nice thing is
content.
it'll grow back in about a year.
Yeah, but Anna,
It goes back fast.
Can I give you my opinion of it?
Sure.
I think you go drastic because we're so close. I mean, we're so used to this. We've
Yeah.
had this for 3 years. And so,
Oh, yeah. No, this has been my whole life.
Okay.
I haven't had it short since I was about maybe 5.
And so are you gonna get it to where you would be able to use the word short in the description of it?
It would probably be like maybe medium length hair for most people, but for me, it would be like super short.
Like right now.
I want it like right at my clavicle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Short.
That's see,
Not above the shoulders. That's too short, but
at that real prominent clavicle bone
Yeah.
that you have right there.
yeah, I want to be able to put it in a ponytail, but even if it's a short one.
Maybe like almost the length of Lummy's.
Yes.
Are you gonna have to cut that much off just to get the living hair?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's
I mean,
gross. It's fried.
it's probably going to be the healthiest thing that you could. I mean, also you need to do this, but probably comes a point where your hair gets so long that it becomes
look
unhealthy.
at it. It's disgusting. It's fried Jones, but it grows so fast.
Dan, why does the end of women's hair
What's anyone's
become?
hair?
Well, yeah. We usually don't have long enough hair to really make for it matter. But like, why does it become unhealthy? Just because
just gets dries and it
just
splits.
gets wore out.
well, because it's been around so long,
Yeah,
right? I
it's
mean,
been
at one
around a
time,
long time, almost 35 years.
At one time, it was the root. I mean,
Right.
like at one time, it was with like that little part that she's got in her hand. At one time, was
right up here.
fresh out of her head.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
back
now,
in the 80s.
Yeah,
That might be true.
Now, when's the last time it would be that hair would be as old as the last time that you got, any significant amount cut?
Probably.
No, that hair is probably at the end is probably literally 3-4 years old.
What?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
I was thinking it might be like what?
Nah, dude, that hair started off probably 3-4 years ago.
But she hasn't had
It
it.
grows pretty fast.
Dan, she hasn't had it chopped.
I cut it in December.
Right,
And it
then
grew probably about 5 inches.
all right. So then you probably
So
cut.
she's
So it's
growing-
probably 2 cuts ago.
Yeah, you grow about an inch. You grow about an inch a month.
Month-ish, yeah.
A
Yeah,
girl.
so-
Do girls grow differently than boys?
Well, I think age-wise, it's a
think
little
it depends
faster
on
when
the
you're
person.
younger, and it's person specific.
Yeah,
but
I know-
inch grows about an inch. Hair grows about an inch a month.
I know some people that their hair doesn't grow past a certain length. Mine does. Mine just keeps going.
What's the longest you've ever had it?
Pretty much kind of like this, maybe a little longer.
Is that where you always kind of keep it?
Is it on your butt?
Yeah, it's
When
like
you're sweat?
the bottom of my waist or the top of my
It's
waist.
sexy.
Yeah, okay.
Dan,
Well,
Dan,
What?
just man, you are all over the road.
Well, you got hair down to her butt.
First you hate
Out of
her.
the shower, wet.
First
Come
you
on,
hate her.
man.
You say
I
she's an
didn't say-
over-the-counter bitch. Now
I
you're
didn't
like,
bet
oh
over
wow,
the
your hair.
counter.
Yeah, what the hell,
Honestly,
Dan? Make up your mind on me.
Jesus. Yeah, make up your mind
Yeah.
on her. I mean,
my
you can't
God.
give your flip flopper. Now, boy, not having that,
So now,
not
over
having
the
that
counter
belt.
with the over the counter with the hair down to her ass. That's not a good thought.
That not having that belt on you is like almost your kryptonite.
Oh my God.
Anybody watch? I got to go into words, but we'll talk about it next. The Nate Diaz,
Oh, that's not what I thought you were asking.
Jake Paul fight.
No.
Me and Lummy watched it. Maybe
was-
Rhett. Rhett, did you watch it?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Really?
It's just it almost looked. Listen, all of his other fights have looked pretty decent. I think the guy is a pretty good boxer, the Jake Paul dude. But I think this to me, and maybe chat disagrees, but it looked like Nate Diaz was in there to lose and get his ass kicked and then come back like maybe the last 3 because it was a 10-rounder instead of an 8 and to try to sure things up and make it look better, Lummy. But to me,
How long was each round?
what's that?
How long was each round?
Normal, what?
2 minutes?
Yeah,
3
Oh,
minutes?
okay,
Yeah.
It was 3 minutes.
10 3-minute rounds.
Yeah, threes.
So big boy boxing rules.
Yeah, this was a big boy boxing match. Like this was not an exhibition 2 minute. No, this was
Right.
This was a 3 minute. I think sanctioned by the state of Texas. It was the who's who of celebrities were there. I mean, it was Amber Ruth was a ring girl. And so, I mean, it was a very big promotion. And I don't know, Lummy, to me, you and Rhett can maybe help me out. At times it looked staged.
Yes.
I mean, it was. From
it is.
yeah,
I don't think it was work.
I don't think it was a secret that coming into this was going to be a legitimate boxing match. Like we were talking last week, Nate Diaz had the least amount to gain by winning this fight. Like the guy is long established. He's been fighting top 5 guys in the UFC for a long time.
First guy ever to beat Conor McGregor.
He wasn't going to lose anything if he lost.
Yeah.
He was going to get paid either way.
Now they're coming back with a potential comeback. A rematch, but it's going to be MMA instead of boxing.
I mean, that'd be cool to see because Jake would lose, but
I don't know. To me,
it's another gimmick deal.
It's just a gimmick. That's what everything is now, a gimmick deal.
Yep. Well, it's a gimmick. He makes
Everything's
a lot of
a gimmick deal. I'm going to get into that. Also, the Zuckerberg, Elon Musk thing.
But that's not a gimmick.
They're saying that's going to be broadcast on Twitter, and Zuckerberg said he didn't have a problem with it. And just a few weeks ago, Zuckerberg was saying, there was speculation that it was not going to go down. It was just Elon Musk talking out of his ass because Zuckerberg is a legitimate fighter as far as MMA.
He's training for real.
And so it was like, there was reports that this was, but supposedly it's going to happen. And it's going to happen on Twitter. Now, why is Twitter X? Why is it X all of a sudden?
Just because.
Yeah, he wanted to change the name.
So now it's just X.
No, it's just X.
No, it's called Twitter. It's just not a bird.
No, it's just X.
It's called X?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Jesus.
I know. It's just
no more
Twitter,
no more
about.
bird, no more tweets.
It's just X.
Just X.
Put your stamp on it.
I love Elon Musk, but sometimes he's a little bit out there, isn't he?
Yeah,
but that's probably what made him him.
Yeah, but it's so much cooler than a little Tweety bird. I mean, if you think about it,
no, it's not.
It's way better.
It's not. It's so generic.
This is from the guy with the little baby dachshund that he won't put down.
What does that have to do with marketing and branding for a multi-billion-dollar company? Twitter was so good at marketing that we've literally called tweets. Yeah, I mean, that's so stupid outside of context, but we've done it for 15 years.
I'm just saying, Dan, like Twitter was such an established brand. Mm-hmm. Everybody knows that you bought it. I don't think you have to change the
Flushed it right down the toilet.
Yeah, but I mean, there's value in that.
Yeah, maybe.
People are confused now.
Yeah, but there's also that organic conversation that people are talking about.
You mean like the ones we're having now?
Exactly. And remember when Prince changed his name? Because actually he wasn't allowed to use his old name. But that made, that hit the news cycle for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Hold
about
on.
The artist.
Why wasn't Prince allowed to use his real name?
Because the record label owned it. So that's why he changed it to a symbol, which required people to say the artist formerly known as Prince. Because he couldn't use the word Prince for like 5 years, and he got it back. That's why he did that. So we thought it was crazy. That's not why. He was crazy like a fox. He was trying to deal with a legal issue. They took his frickin' name from him because he wasn't born with the name Prince. That was a record label name.
But I thought he owned the record label Paisley Park, but he didn't.
Not at the time. There's a period of about 5 years when he was the artist formerly known as Prince, where someone else owned his name, and he didn't own Prince.
I think that's when he put out some of his crappiest music too.
Yeah, of course. Why not? Why he's like an indiscriminate drawing?
He probably had like a 4-album deal that he had left. He had like 3 more albums left or 2 more albums left, and they start screwing with his name. He's like, I'm just gonna make these last 2 albums I got to do for this to fulfill my contract as crappy as I can.
Mm-hmm.
I got to do some research on that. Let me the songs that Prince made when he was just a symbol. Was there any good? Like, I mean, my God, he's got some huge hits. Party Like It's 1999.
Those are all
when
from the late 80s.
Cry,
Those are all from really his best body. His best body of work was from Purple Rain. I mean, it all went downhill from there. There's a couple other things he did great, like the Sinead O'Connor song.
Yeah,
Nothing Compares. He wrote it.
He wrote it.
And so, he had a couple other really brilliant hits.
I don't know. He was on the Batman soundtrack, and that did pretty good.
Yeah, he's had a couple.
Let me send me the Prince stats if you could.
You know what's a cool thing he did?
The voice of reason has spoken. The Love Sponge. More Bubba the Love Sponge after this.
Guitar though, my guitar sings.
My Guitar Lonely Weeps. You ever heard that song, When My Guitar Lonely Weeps? It's a...
Sonic City, come over.
There's a, because he's an amazing guitarist.
Oh, I know. Especially in the rain during the Super Bowl.
Yeah, which I was there for.
I know, that's crazy. I remember watching that being like, what the fuck is this?
Prince, My Guitar Lonely Weeps.
He was just a little guy, too. Didn't you meet him, Bubba?
Yeah, I met him one time in Miami at a
He's little, right? He's like 5
teeny tiny, like shorter than you.
Right, Sid. Can't you see?
So I sent you 2 lists for the Prince thing.
Okay, buddy.
No, I just sent you, Lummy, when he did the My Guitar Lonely Weeps.
I think his real
Guitar
name
solo.
was Prince.
Huh?
Was that his birth name was Prince?
The record label under his name asked for a while.
Well, I'm just saying, like, Prince Rogers Nelson.
Prince Rogers Nelson.
In 1993, he changed his stage name to the unpronounceable symbol. Kind of looks like a honk. You know what that is?
Now, I mean, what were the years that he was artist formerly known as?
93 to, I believe, 98.
Okay, 93.
5 years. Yeah. His best year was like 83.
Is that when Purple Rain came out?
Yeah.
That was his Thriller album.
Masterpiece.
Yeah.
This is masterpiece.
If I Was Your Girlfriend was his #1 all-time pop achievement. I didn't even ever hear that song. If I Was Your Girlfriend. What? Kiss, Purple Rain, Sign of Times. Let's
Purple
go.
Rain and When Doves Cry were the 2 biggest
Corvette.
songs.
I Would Die for You. 1999.
1999.
This is where it starts getting fucking funky here. Black Sweat, The Most Beautiful Girl in the World, Diamonds and Pearls. I thought Raspberry Beret was a pretty good song.
Yeah, You Got the Look was a big song.
You Got the Look. Delirious was a good song.
Yeah. Cream, Dirty Mind, Little Red Corvette.
Sexy Motherfucker. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah. Alphabet Street.
Yeah. Bat Dance.
Let's Go Crazy. Baby, I'm a Star.
I like the song The Beautiful Ones. Tell you what, him. I tell you what, me. 'Cause I want you. Baby, baby, baby. I want you.
Should we have the Michael Jackson versus Prince debate that everyone has?
Yeah. Michael Jackson was a pedophile freak and Prince was a musical genius.
Homeboy just broke it the fuck down for you.
All right, I guess that's resolved.
Yeah.
But if we can, separate
We can't
the
talk about R.
music from the
Kelly.
artist.
If we can't celebrate R. Kelly, then I'm gonna just shit on Michael Jackson's grave.
No, we can still celebrate it.
But Prince wasn't touching little boys.
No, he was touching Carmen Electra.
Way cooler.
Yes.
I don't need him. No, Prince didn't have like a little fucking chimpanzee and a bunch of little kids at his house.
We did not.
He had big hot sluts saying.
Hot bitches.
Not fucking Webster and.
Not Webster and Macaulay Culkin.
No. You fucking big titty bitches with nice asses.
On payroll.
Well.
Did you ever mess around with dudes?
No. Not really. I never heard of it. It was just like super sexual.
Yeah.
If I was a chick in the 80s, I would fuck the shit out of him.
Out of Prince?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That little black man.
Tiny little black man.
That little black man. I have his way with me.
Man, Dan's all over the road today, isn't he? God dang, Dan. Fuck.
Shit.
How about your big penis and how you would like to fuck Prince as a woman?
Not if I was a girl, not as a dude.
I know, I got that.
Okay. I'd split him right up the middle.
Oh, word.
We have the prince. Did fuck him.
Oh, that's why he died.
See Dr. Dan.
That's what happened.
We got a lot to do. Let's go.
To all the FTEs out there, he salutes you. He salutes you.
Loving it.
And hopes you don't get herpes from a lot lizard.
Something's wrong with me.
I don't know how we got into a big Prince deal, but we did earlier. We'll get into that. We'll continue that here momentarily. Lummy, there was no winner on Friday's Mega Millions. Is that tonight's drawing, or is it? I think it's tonight, isn't it?
I believe it is tonight.
The odds might be low, but the stakes have never been higher. With no winners on Friday, August 4th's Mega Millions lottery drawing, the jackpot pot has grown yet again. It now stands at $155 billion.
Tomorrow, Tuesdays and Fridays for Mega Millions.
This is the largest lottery jackpot in Mega Millions history, eclipsing a world record previously held at $1.53 billion. So this is the largest of all time, Lummy?
Yes.
And now in Mega Millions and Powerball, or what? No, what are the two?
Powerball was 2.0
just
billion,
Mega Million.
2.04 billion.
All right, so Powerball was one time Powerball got over, just a tad over 2.
That was in November 2022.
But
this is Mega Millions,
right?
Yeah,
and there's two different distinct franchises:
Correct.
Mega Millions and Powerball.
Yes.
Do you think there's some degenerates that play like both heavily?
Yes. Sure, of course.
Are the drawings on different days?
Yeah, Tuesday and Friday, I believe. Powerball's Wednesday, Saturday.
All right, so Mega Millions is Tuesdays and Fridays, and the other ones and Powerball's Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Yes, I believe so.
Right now, Lummy, how hard? I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna play. I might put $100.
Whoa,
100?
No,
Don't do that.
I said that, then I said I don't think I can afford that. But I'm at least 20.
Yeah, I'm putting money in.
At least 20.
Why not?
At least 20.
Yeah, about 20.
And here's the deal. We used to go in as a show, but I don't even want to do that now because I'd rather have just one of us win it all and just see how they treat people.
Mm-hmm.
That's a conversation in itself. So 1.55 billion, which it might go up, right? But let's
So let's just say call it 1.6.
All right. So at 1.6, how much, and in
take home right 800.
Well, hold on. It has a lot to do with what state you went in too, because some states have, but I think lottos are exempt from state tax.
Nope.
No, they're not.
No, God no.
Okay, so like if you won in New York as compared to Tampa,
right,
where there is no state sales tax or income tax or whatever, but so like if you lived in Florida, what would that give you one lump sum? Isn't it usually, Lummy, 50% of 50%, something like that?
More. I think so. I think it's like 60%.
Well, it might.
It's 60% of 50%. So you get half of the 1.6, which is 8. You take that 60%, so you get $480 million after tax.
Is that what you know for a fact, or you just roughly?
It's roughly. It's probably closer to 500 million.
Alexa might actually know.
Yes.
Hey, Alexa, what is the lump sum amount for this week's Mega Millions? She's acting up again.
The Mega Millions jackpot on August 8th is $1,550,000,000 US.
I know. How much do you get if you take the cash option?
Say Alexa.
One lump. Oh yeah.
Let me think.
Yeah, I'd much rather deal with Lummy Bing. He's far more interactable.
Reliable,
He's just you're just a little. Lummy, you can go and describe yourself. Hey, my boss describes me as a little better than Alexa.
Perfect.
Real life version. What do you got for me, kid?
707.9 million, which would be, it says it's going to be about 61% of the advertised jackpot to the winner.
I'll take it.
Now, is that so? You're saying 661 clean, or do you still got it? Because Dan, that's far off from what Dan thought it would be. Dan thought it would be in the 4s clean. Well, is that 660, and then you got to still pay something on that?
This is 707.9 million just to pay out before taxes because the state
so
taxes
again,
are different.
that's half of what he's doing. So
I mean, but do they have they advertised a number? I know we are statistically breaking it down, but a lot of times, they will actually tell you what the payout will be. Like they tell you.
I sent you a link with each state. It looks like broken
right.
down.
It would be each state because each state have different tax. Is it a YouTube, Lummy?
No.
What's Dan Uber Eats? Oh, we're gonna have to talk about that's a different. Well, it's a whole. Not only that but it's a whole different topic. Dan got in trouble. I mean, wait till you guys hear this story. Dan, don't tell him.
Okay.
But Dan got major heat on this deal.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Major heat on this deal. There's a story.
On the Uber Eats deal?
Oh, yeah. Dan told me on Saturday. I'm like, save it for the show.
Now the numbers aren't correct, but it will show what you have to pay on each state for the percentage.
All right, here we go. All right, so we're going to put Florida. Here we are, right here. No tax.
Yeah.
So, what does that mean you're going to get?
Dr. Dan, do you know?
Hold on here. The $1 billion amount is blah 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 blah. If you take the lump cash option, you'll get a one-time lump sum payment. It won't be $1 billion, but it'll be equal to all the cash at the Mega Millions jackpot prize pool. MegaMillions.com explains Mega Millions currently estimates the cash option to be about $565 million. Unfortunately, all the prizes are subject to income taxes. Exactly how much taken out is dependent on where you live and subject to federal income tax, blah, 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 blah. The best after-tax payout calculator is available at the USA Mega Millions Jackpot analysis page. All right, Lummy, and then so do I need to click on that, you think?
Yeah, you can
click on that.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, so look, Dan, they actually do your taxes for you. All right, so I'm single, right?
Yep.
I guess like Dan, you'd have to. Would you do married file? How would you figure?
I don't know if I'd still be married at the end of the year.
You don't know that by the time that you went to collect your money, you might not be married,
right?
Because I think you got a month to collect your money, right, Dan?
Right.
You could get a divorce in a month. So let's just say single. All right, single.
Okay.
All right, that's if you take the annuity. Okay, Arkansas, Florida.
So it should be about $500,000 clean.
Here we go. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so Dan, anybody that played, Rhett, Macho Man, Anna, Bubba, you, and Lummy, we would get here 400. Now this is clean. Mm-hmm. Like you never have to worry about paying taxes again on this money.
Right.
Now you may have to pay taxes on if you would invest it in stat, and that's 28%.
But you have to pay taxes if you invest it in a plane or a yacht
right,
or
right.
nipples.
Or you give to your best friend.
Right.
Right? Mm-hmm. So this is what everybody gets. And I want you guys to tell me what you honestly would do with the money. $477 million. So here's the first thing I would do is I would take $400 million and get with all of the people that I respect the most financially. Tom being at the top of that, sprinkling the Diacos, throw in Anna, Kevin is great at, he's got a financial strategy. Sure. Tom Bean's got a financial strategy. The Diacos invest money in certain places. I'd get my sister's pretty smart on this. And I would get a little council together and I'd pay them each, Dan, each person on my council, I'd give them a $1 million up front to help me manage my money. Okay, so
right.
How let's say that you got a council of 10. You don't think that like Steve or Jay or Kevin, as much money as they had, if I said, all my guys, okay, if I said, I'll give you each $1 million right up front to help me manage my money. First of all, they would do it for free. But if I gave them each $1 million, they would be super happy, wouldn't they?
They'd be very happy.
Then I'd take the $77 million, and I would.
But then, like after 2 months, they'd be like, "Where's my other $1 million?"
What do you mean?
Well, they'd blow that $1 million in the first 2 months.
No, they wouldn't. They're on my
handouts.
financial inner circle. We're going to invest it and all that kind of stuff.
Sure,
but
we
Dan,
are.
like, so now I got $77 million. I come up to you and I go, Dan, I'm giving you like $3 million.
Awesome.
And then I go up to Jimmy Cleavis and I'm like, Jimmy, I got like $3 million for you. And then like Larry Plummer, I give him like $4 million, and like Sumo $4 million. And I try to whittle it down so I had $10 million left. I'd give away $67 million and I'd have $10 million left. And then at that point, man, you could just roll around and just do whatever you wanted. Like for real.
Yeah.
And I'd come on the show. Like I'd still literally come here to the studios and do a show a couple days a week or a month. Like Anna, I'd probably give you $500,000.
I'll take it. Thank you.
And Lummy, I'd probably give you $1 million.
Thank you, Bubba.
Oh.
And Dan, I'd probably give you $3 million. And Red, I'd probably give you like maybe $750.
Thank you.
Macho, I'd probably give you $750. I mean, Dan, you maybe think I'm being a little stingy, but that's a pretty good amount of money. If you went home to Ashley and said, I just want to let you know, Ashley, that Bubba's only going to do about 2 or 3 shows a month.
Yeah.
But I'm still, I'd still pay your
But making $500,000 a
But
year.
you know what? I'd still pay your guys' salary.
Oh, thank you.
For you guys, but I'd bump it way up. Like I'd double your salary.
Oh, yeah.
So everybody's double.
Plus the bonus that you throw our way.
Yeah, plus Anna, I gave you $500,000 plus doubled your salary.
Perfect.
And then you guys got to come in here every day and do a show and talk about how cool I am. And it's still the Bubba the Love Sponge show, but it would be like, it's Bubba the Love Sponge show, and Bubba is in Indiana this week. Well, we don't know when he's coming back. But and just
Dan's
most
not
people would
here
go to the
either.
south of France. You're going to like Warsaw.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
And then let me be like, I just want to let you know I got a text from Bubba, and he says that he's going to come in on probably Thursday, and he's going to give away like a free car.
Yep. Why not?
Right?
Free Ferrari.
So Dan,
Yeah.
so then I'd be like, okay, listen, I'm doing my show, and you have to be on, and I would pick different places. Like I'd be like, today I'm giving the free car away on Rumble. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving the free car away on Rumble. And then remember that prize wheel, Lummy, we used to have when we had the game called You Win Nothing. And I would just have people, I'd say, okay, for like at 8 o'clock, I'm going to register as many people as we can in 5 minutes. So, chat would just be
going crazy.
You'd have so many people in chat. And then you'd be like, Dan, what's this week's car? And I'd have,
I can't hear you. I'm buried under a mountain of women. I can't hear anything.
No, Dan's not in today.
I'm not huh? Who?
Well, here's the deal,
Car?
Dan. You'd have to come in.
I can't drive.
Dan,
I can't walk.
Dan, part of the $3 million I give you is you have to come in twice a week.
I'm in.
Okay? Even if I'm not here.
But if I won the lottery, I think doing radio part-time would still be fun and something to do.
Because we could give stuff away.
Exactly.
You know how Oprah gives like a free washing machine out to everybody?
Exactly.
You get a car.
I mean, what if I said, because I won Powerball on me, I would say, this, I'm gonna take I'm gonna work. I'd work probably quite a bit because we would have such a massive following because I'm so rich.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
and you give every woman a Hitachi, every man a penis pump.
No, but I would say
it would be a party.
Now, Dan, would it be illegal if we used to do the 12 boobs of Christmas, and it's kind of legally like the board messed with you. So that's really the reason people don't realize is that we stopped the 12 boobs of Christmas is because the medical board,
it's an ethical issue
was
now.
given Dan
They keep changing the rules.
Like you can't do a contest on the radio. You can't. But Dan, what if we did this? I win Powerball, and what's full retail on a boob job? Let's say
like 7, 8.
No, I'm talking full retail.
Yeah, like $8,000.
$8,000. Like that's full retail.
Pretty much. Yeah.
That's not giving a discount. That's not that's $8,000. Mrs. McGillicuddy walks in. So I go, would it be illegal, Dan, for me to say, hey, Dr. Dan, I'd like to buy 4 boob jobs from you today.
Deal.
At $8,000 a boob job.
Okay.
And let's give away 4 sets of boobs on the air today, and I'm buying them.
Okay.
Would that be illegal?
You give them cash and they can come on over.
What I'm saying is
It's not
that
illegal.
wouldn't be illegal.
Nope.
Because it's not, you know.
And I wouldn't care. I would give 2 rat's asses if we won the lottery.
Yeah.
Do you think I'd really care what the board
being
said?
board certified? So Lummy, do you so now we're on the air.
Yes.
You know, and some of these people have gotten rich over somebody gave them $50,000 and they gave away, you know, like they bought 10 iPhone 14s and you get to watch their channel because they act like they're rich and they got gold teeth and crowns and they're always throwing money around. There's a lot of people that have really could just live off of their social media networking. I don't even know if they're really that rich, just pretending to be rich.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like Dan, like if we had like, okay, we need $10 million cash. Okay.
Right.
We could scrounge it up between Rob Elder and all that and be like, listen, we're not spending any of it, but we have to get on the internet and act like we have piles of money. So we need piles of money.
Like seed money.
Right. So you see
You want to find some over-the-counter girls.
Right. So, you know,
here.
so if I won the lottery, Dan, I would
Not
just
one.
come in and say, like, okay, let me, I'm going to be in this week. I'm probably going to take Friday off.
Oh, okay.
But Thursday, you know, at 8 o'clock on Rumble, we need everybody, if you're listening to the show, if you want to win a brand new Lamborghini Huracan, or, I mean, like, Dan, like, if I... Like,
oh, yeah, we'd be giving away crazy stuff.
Like, Dan,
It's
give
a 98 Daewoo.
No. No. It would be like, if you want to win one of the brand new Dodge Hellcats, you know, I'm going to give away a Dodge Hellcat at 10 minutes past 8 o'clock on my Rumble station. Go to
Because
Rumble.
Tony finally called me back on it.
Go to rumble.com at the Bubba Army, and what we're going to do from 8 to 8:05, let me, is we're going to have a team of everybody just trying to, you know, remember how we used to do it? We would just look at it and it would be going so fast that we would just try to pick out numbers.
Yep.
And then we'd be screaming out names, as you know, like for 5 minutes, and Rhett would just be inputting it. And then be like, okay, it's over. And we got like, I don't know, 1,000 names in there or something. And then we just hit the, you know, you win nothing prize wheel. Boom. If you won the lottery, Dan, you could be rich just off of being rich.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's how the Kardashians did it.
Like I'm going to get richer on being rich.
Right.
And the only thing I am is rich.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give stuff away and show you just how much of an extravagant lifestyle I have, and people are going to want to, and I'm going to make more money bragging about my money than the actual money.
Right.
Right? You make more money at bragging about how much money you got than you would if you had a regular job.
But we're gonna have to change our political affiliation. Well, I'm gonna have to change mine.
Dan, I'm not going to be political at all.
Well,
I'm not for real.
But if you even have an R near your name, you're gonna end up in jail. You just become a Democrat and you'll just go scot free.
How about an I?
Yeah.
How about just be I?
I even know if an I is protective. Seems like if you have a D behind your name, it's impossible to get in trouble for anything.
Oh, really?
Seems like.
Okay, then let's be D's.
Okay, we could be D's.
But let's be D's that don't care. Hold on.
D.
Let's be D's that don't care.
Okay.
Like, let's just be D in name, but we roll around as conservatives, kind of. I mean, you know. And here's the deal.
It's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
If you and I are on our yacht, Dan, right, and we got 15 chicks that have been hand selected by, you know, Jimmy Cleavis or whatever. Just the hottest chicks, and they've all been paid and signed NDAs and agreed to, you know,
all of it.
Like, you know, you don't think Steve would have an ironclad contract to say, listen, I'm even agreeing and having intercourse, like throw the intercourse clause in there.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if
whatever you need, it'll be there.
And you know, like Anna, I need to find that.
Yeah. We're gonna be on Bubba Island. We're gonna have our own laws. We're gonna have our own laws.
Yeah, and I would just say, listen, I want, you know,
this is my house.
This is my island.
Right, my world.
And here's the deal. You know, Clem Island or Bubba Army Island or whatever.
If you don't like it, here's a rowboat.
But literally, you get women that have contractually agreed to, you know, sleep with X amount of guys.
Ooh, could I be Anna Maxwell? Yes. Thank you.
And like Anna, like okay, so Anna,
I'll recruit them.
I want you to be Anna. I want to be a girl. I want to be like a hot. I'm super hot.
Yeah.
And Bubba and Dan have come to you and told you specifically that they don't care how much it costs.
Yeah.
They, you got a budget. Anna, you got a budget of $20,000 a girl. That's what your budget is.
Okay. Yeah.
And you get to keep everything that you don't have to pay.
No. She's on salary. She's
like, here's $50.
No, that's going to be a problem because she'll get them down to nothing, and she'll be richer than all of us.
Right.
So she's just going to get a salary.
Okay.
All right. So Anna, you get like $3,000-$4,000 a girl you book.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll give her a flat fee, Dan.
Okay, exactly.
She books 10 bitches. She makes $30,000. And all she had to do was just talk 10 bitches into partying with us.
Oh yeah, easy.
So Anna, I'm going to be like a super hot 10. And your budget is $20,000 per girl.
Mm-hmm.
And the job requirement is you have to be on a yacht.
Yeah.
With Bubba and 5 of his friends, total of 6 dudes. And they're all super cool, but it's going to be you got to get there on Friday evening and you get dropped back off at port on Sunday at noon.
Right.
So and they're going to be on the boat, and Dan, we're going to have to be in full disclosure. You're going to have to sleep with at least 2 guys.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna. I'll show you how I start this.
Right. Well, Dan has to help me establish what we want. Dan,
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah, 2 guys. Or Dan, do we just say you're Bubba's for the weekend and your Dan's for the weekend, or how do we do it? Do we do it?
They're not chattels, so you want to sort of like you're just here to be cooperative.
I'll show you how to do it.
And let's hear her.
All right.
Yeah.
Hi Anna. Listen,
Hey.
you.
I'm gonna approach them. I'm gonna just be like, wow, I never do this, but you are absolutely stunning, and I am a talent scout for a modeling agency.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Are you interested in modeling?
I am.
You ever thought about it? You are You are a 10 out of 10.
Yes, I have 237,000 followers on my Insta.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And I'm making like about 25,000 on my Insta.
Do you happen to be available this weekend?
For what?
I have some talent scouts in town actually, and they would love to meet you. They're going to be on a $500 million yacht this weekend.
Oh
Would
my
you like
God!
To meet them and
for real?
Yeah, it's a meet and greet party.
Right.
So we'd love to have you on board if that's something you're interested in.
Yeah, usually, but like I just want to let you know, I will. I'm gonna have to be able to take pictures on the yacht and everything for my Instagram.
Ooh, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think you're gonna be able to do that this time around. But probably on the next yacht trip, maybe we could kind of like finagle that in there. But this one is it's a private deal, and you're gonna meet some really influential people who run a modeling agency.
Right. And so, like, are they going to be taking pictures of me and stuff? Or
possibly.
How much does this job pay? And what are the hours?
$3,000 for a 4-hour deal.
Oh, no, we want them for all weekend.
Oh,
for
all
20.
weekend?
And your budget's 20 per girl.
Right, but I thought I want to keep some for myself.
No, you're getting a flat fee booking deal.
All right.
You're so
Yeah,
cheap.
you're so
sorry.
You're
I
so
can't help
cheap.
it.
Hold
I
on, let me
can't
go.
help
I
it.
have to go to words because I'm appalled by your cheapness.
OTC.
My God.
Sorry, I can't help it.
I told you that you had a $20,000
I was trying to act not
girl
like
budget.
myself, but
We want it for all weekend.
All right.
She's trying to keep 17 grand.
And I don't think you know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for them to have to blast 2 of me and there's
you can't
6.
come out
You can't
saying
start with that. You can't start with that.
Okay, but
well,
you
it's
gotta coax
3,000
them
for the
in there.
weekend unless you blast.
Yeah, but
that's
hold on.
15
When
grand.
she threw out $3,000 for 4 hours, I'm like, she's just not
That's just to sit there.
understanding.
She's going to be a lot more likely to blast a talent scout than Bubba and the boys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You got to get them on board, and
All
then
right.
you bust out the drugs, Bubba. God.
No.
You ever smoke weed before?
No, that's gonna
Weed?
that's gonna get me and Dan sued.
No, it's not.
Hey, yes, it is. Me and Dan know what it takes to get sued. Trust us.
Yes, it is. No, it's not. We rudely interrupt the rhetoric to let you know the following. Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Oh, very good.
They're caramel.
Let's do Super Beats. Then we'll finish up the lotto deal. I'm going to finish that up, and you're going to have to fucking step it up a notch on it.
Me?
Yeah, we're going to cut. I'm going to be a hot
right.
girl, and you're going to cut a girl. Okay. So
Sorry, I was trying to keep some more money for myself.
You get a flat $3,000 per girl.
But I could get 20 grand per girl if I fucking.
No, we want the girls to make the money, not you.
You're making the money.
You're making the money.
You're not having to do anything except for go over the counter.
Yeah, you just gotta book them and then fucking run it. Then you gotta run them on the ship too.
Yeah.
So we're gonna revisit this. Revisit Anna. You may not be the person for us.
No, I will. Sorry. This is fucking jobber shit. Hydrocortisone cream, 1%. Why are they only giving me 1%? Got like 30 bites.
All right, we closed the.
Oh, hi. Hi. You crazy little. Oh! I'm sorry, I'm itchy. What the fuck? You crazy.
Just like a whole chocolate cake.
They're caramel brownies.
Do you happen to have the MP3 for the cocaine song? MP3? Oh, yeah. This is like. I'll send you the email. That's fine. Whatever the audio is. Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Come on.
Yeah, this is MP3.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
Let's go. Just you and I, Scout.
Come on.
This way.
Come on, big dog.
Big dog, big dog. Big dog, big dog.
Mary J. Gator. You sent that to me.
You like a caramel brownie? It's fucking good. It's the best thing she's ever made.
Probably get one.
I'm gonna give mine in a second. Hey, Bubba. This is literally the best thing she's ever made. It's a caramel brownie. You gotta have one or two. They're really fucking good.
Is this from Anna?
It's from Anna.
But why?
She had some Botox last week.
Oh, so she. I like that.
I don't mind it.
They're caramel brownies.
I think it's just my favorite thing you've ever done.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
You're okay.
Shut the fuck up.
They're soft, chili, sweet, no nuts.
Yeah, no nuts. There was a walnut option. I was like,
Nope,
probably.
I want nuts
I
right
remember
now.
you saying that you don't like fruit or nuts.
Delicious.
Good.
But when I win the lottery, I just wonder how long it is before that we paint the bottom halves of our face with red. Never sucked a dick. Took a week.
Good comment.
What are we gonna do next week, Bubba?
It's not cutting it anymore.
Got sex with an alien dick now.
Yeah. God.
We got a new parody too, Lum.
Really?
Yes.
What's it called?
Fortunate Son, Dr. Dan.
Oh man, who made it?
Carlos, and he did all the
CCR?
He did all the music himself.
So we can go straight with it.
Creedence Clearwater Revival. That's all.
Now, do we get the and we got the cocaine that we own, right?
Yes. Carlos did all the
22 X. This is show.
The musical parts in this.
Carlos Clown.
Get to a safe place. Safe place.
The prison work release program gone horribly wrong.
You may want to duck.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge.
We all have a heartfelt reason to support our blood pressure. In fact, more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from some type of blood pressure support. Super Beat Heart Chews are an easy, convenient way to support your healthy blood pressure. Our very own Dr. Dan Diago chews 2 to 4 every time he's in here. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. Super Beats is the #1 pharmaceutical recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support. It's blood pressure support that you can trust. Double your potential with Super Beats Heart Chews and get a free 30-day supply of Super Beat Heart Chews and 15% off your first order by simply going to superbeats.com.
Promo code Bubba.
And using my promo code Bubba. That's GET, get Super Beats, BEETS.com.
Promo code Bubba.
I was watching the ball game yesterday, and Super Beats had a commercial on with like a doctor and this really smart doctor who knows all about molecules and antioxidants and yippee-os, and it was like, go to getsuperbeats.com, promo baseball. Don't use promo code baseball. Use promo code Bubba, please, if you could.
Promo code Bubba.
Anna, we were talking earlier about if I won the lottery.
Yeah.
If I won, which is $477 million, and how I would still have you guys. Here's the deal I'm cutting with you guys as a show. Doubling everybody's pay, and Dan, I'll start paying you. So Dan,
doubling zero.
Dan, I'm
zero.
gonna double zero, okay? But Dan, you're getting $3 million, right? Like I'm giving you $3 million, and then I'm gonna come in and do 2, 3, 4 shows a 5. I don't know. I'm gonna do anywhere between 2 to 10 shows a month.
Yeah, whatever you want.
But you guys got to come in, and I'll give you guys vacations and stuff like that. But you guys got to come in and do the Bubba the Love Sponge show, okay, Anna? Mm-hmm. You would be the where I sit, and then Lummy, you'd be there, and Dan, you'd be Dan. I'd put you here, but you don't know how to run the equipment.
Yeah, I did. You showed me.
Yeah, you couldn't do it.
I think he could figure it
All
out.
right. Well, maybe I'll put Dan here, but Dan's not going to be here all the time, I don't think.
You want her here. It's like the Grand Central Station.
So Lummy, I put you and her, and then I put Red in the studio, and then maybe we go hire somebody else too.
Nice.
Like I'd be like, have you guys help me hire somebody, or maybe have Babyface in. Babyface would come in. Babyface, maybe I just pay. If I gave Babyface like $750,000.
Yeah, don't you think Meredith would take that? Wouldn't you rather have her in here than him?
Not with Anna as the host. No. So anyway,
chicken hawk and a chicken.
Anyway, listen, Anna.
Yeah.
You were going to be our Anna Maxwell.
Yeah.
Right.
And me and Dan are going to be on a boat. Now, Dan, here's the problem about my Bubba boat is that I don't know that everybody's going to be allowed to be on it. For instance,
I think this is a Bubba boat that maybe it should be like a catamaran. There's like a left side and a right side, and everyone's allowed on the right side, but only like you and I and a couple of people are allowed on the left side.
No,
you know what I mean?
No,
and we
I don't like
from the boat. No. Okay, then the front of the boat versus the back of the boat.
No, I want a big boat.
I'm talking like an 80-foot catamaran, a 150-foot catamaran. I'm talking the biggest catamaran ever made.
Dan, I'm talking about a boat like one of the Saudi Arabia. Like I'm going to rent. I'm not going to own
50
this
meters. 50 meters.
No,
you're talking.
I'm talking like a 150-foot boat.
Yeah, like a 50-meter boat, right?
Yacht.
Right.
And so, but what I'm saying is
helicopter pads.
And yes, and on this boat, the way I want this boat, and the Merch Crick would be cool with it. She'd work. I have her work with Anna. You and the Merch Crick.
Do I have to split our monies?
No.
Okay.
No, she's not
But
going
it's
to worry
based on
about
how
money.
many you get. She's gonna blow you out of the water.
Well,
Merch
she's
is gonna show up with like 50 girls, and I was gonna be like, I found one.
We may not. You know what? We may not even need you on
Jewish
it.
too.
I think we just found the right person to do it. The Merch Crick, because she's stiff. Merch Crick is stiff. She'd lay it all out the way we want it laid out. Anna's like, well, it's just a modeling shit. And
what are you talking about? What am I supposed to say? Hey, do you want to be a hooker?
Yeah, you want to? I mean,
Might as well lay it out there.
So, but Dan. So anyway, Dan. Here's my first problem. Here's the people I'd like to be on my boat. Me, you, Jimmy Cleavis, Richard, Sumo, Denzel, Jay, Steve, Jimmy Cleavis, Tom Bean, Mark Tate, and Larry Plummer.
And Rhett.
No, I didn't say you. But here's the deal, Danny. Not everybody's got the kind of swag. Like, I don't think Jay could pull one off on Candle to be on my boat. I mean, Jay's invited, but I don't think Jay. Because Candle would be at the port with a switchblade, ready to just stab every bitch that came off that boat.
Right.
Knowing that maybe one of them hooked up with her husband.
Right.
Steve would have to bring Krista.
Right.
So, I don't know how much fun Krista's fun, but she's not going to let Steve go wild, right?
Well,
Jimmy Cleavis. I think Jimmy pretty much is the man and runs the show, and I think Jimmy tells Tanya, I'll be on the boat, and it's none of your business.
Think about how many marriages we could destroy if we win the lottery.
Now, I don't know about Larry Plummer. I don't know what Larry can tell Mary Lou about what, because listen, I'm gonna be on the radio, Dan, talking about the slut cruise. You know what I'm saying?
No, we'll be talking about current events and political and pop culture.
No, but there's not going to be any. Dan,
Ixnay on the
Dan,
horse
you're going to
age.
say, hold on, you're going to say Tom Bean, Mark Tate. So I win $477 million. Tom Bean's part of my inner circle, financial Willie, and he goes to Gina and said, "Oh yeah, Bubba's taking a cruise for the weekend with a bunch of him and the boys." You don't think Gina knows exactly what I'm up to?
No, we're going on a fishing trip.
Right.
We're fishing.
For sluts.
Fishing
We're
for
fishing.
All right. So I don't think Larry. I don't
Looking
think
for the fish estuaries.
I don't think Larry gets to go. I don't think Tom Bean gets to go. I don't know about Mark Tate. I don't know what kind.
He's going. Mark Tate's going to be fun.
How about Jimmy Cleavis?
He can go. Absolutely.
No, of course he can go, but
I
think
need him
he'll
there.
Denzel single, Sumo single. Fabrizi absolutely runs the show. Like he would tell Tina, "Hey, I'm going on a boat with Bubba, and don't worry about it. Don't ask any questions unless you want your entire family. Not my side, but your side
gone.
Killed. Okay, okay. Then Dan, I know that you can go. You'll just lie, say you're going to a medical convention or something." And Romina wouldn't be smart enough to know that we were having a
Oh my God.
the whore cruise. And so Anna, when you go up to these girls, you got a $20,000 a girl budget, and it's my understanding that if you're just totally upfront, because they're going to have to sign these contracts,
right?
That Steve's already drawn up. That's like ironclad. And in the contract, it even says, I could have, I might have to have, or I might get blasted.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there'd
intercourse.
be some fancy, lawyer language where it was kind of vague. So
no, there's not going to be any. There's going to be fancy lawyer language that's not vague. It's just going to say, "Listen, Susie, you're a full-blown 10, and we're paying you $20,000 to be on the boat, and you're required to have intercourse 2 times."
I'd probably offer them like half the money if they stay for one day, and then the other half if they want to stay for the full weekend.
So how would it go? Like how do you? I think in the upfront presentation, you have to say.
Well, you want them to feel safe, right? You don't want to like scare them into some sort of stuff, especially if they're, unless it depends on what kind of girl you're after. Like I could get some, girl that comes from a broken home with missing teeth that'll blast you up front, no problem. But if you want a super hottie.
You want a girl from a broken home with a missing dad, not missing teeth.
Yeah, I understand.
All you gotta do is go on Instagram, and that's exactly where you find our girls.
Yeah, I know. But
I think I'm gonna fire
all
you.
the teeth, but no dad.
I'm gonna get rid. You know what? Dan Merch Crick would be the right person for this. She knows what I like, and she'd get it done.
Yep.
Okay.
So sorry, Anna. I think you I think you'd leave them in a constant state of flux that they wouldn't know what they were supposed to do, and then they would be like, "Well, you didn't tell me that this man named Bubba the Love Sponge was going to make me have to have sex with him 3 times."
I mean, I think that they could be coaxed into it once they met you.
But that's
There's
the
no
whole point.
coaxing.
That's the whole coaxing's where they end up getting sued on the backside.
Sign here. Here's your.
That's the '80s way.
Here's
of doing it.
$10,000 up front, and you'll get $10,000 when you're walking off the boat. Right, Dan?
If you
here's your first. If you're one of the girls that's on the Clem's Island,
yeah,
you get $10,000 the minute you walk in.
Yeah. And if one of the guys picks you, then you get more money. If otherwise, you can just go home and just take your $10,000 and just cry in your bag of money. But if you get picked by one of the guys and he really likes you, then you get a bonus.
Right.
Yeah. Well, then
$10,000
just
to
go
be on
straight
the
to OnlyFans. You just go to OnlyFans if they have a Cash App or Zelle available. That's easy because they're already used to doing that sort of stuff.
So Dan, it's $10,000 show up fee, and then a possible $10,000 when you're going home fee.
Right, for
based on your performance. There you go.
Yeah. All right.
Performance bonus.
Yeah. You just scroll down OnlyFans, figure it out.
We would just be so but you know what, Dan? The thing about that, we'd probably get just like that guy with the red face on. We'd probably get like that would be like as much of a fantasy as that sounds.
We both wake up like 8 days into this, and we both wake up with like a red face. Like, oh no,
what's happening?
Did we really? last night?
But no, hold on. Like after like 4 or 5 of these cruises, like how many hot bitches? Oh yeah, onto this, and they have to have an STD check. They have to have an STD check.
Okay.
Okay. They have to,
it's probably pretty easy to get done.
And they have to be vaccinated.
And they have to be on birth control.
Okay.
They have to be on birth control. And, because Dan, I don't want any next thing you know, our contract didn't, unless we put a pregnancy provisional in our contract. If you would happen to get pregnant, you have to get
or you have to take Plan
procedure.
B as you're walking off the boat.
That's not a bad idea. Exactly.
That's not a bad idea.
One for you and one for you.
Here's your $10,000.
Passport, your plane ticket, your $10,000, and your Plan B.
And your Plan
Here's
B.
some water. Open your mouth.
You'll get your additional
Swallow
10. Let me see. Open your mouth. Make sure it's not under your tongue. Okay, here's your $10,000.
There you go. Have a nice day. Bye.
But even living that rock style life, Dan, that would probably become boring.
Never.
You're saying never. Yeah.
If it does, we'll be rich because we'll stop pissing away money.
Yeah, I mean that's right.
Yeah.
Like, hey, what do you want? You want to go on another horror cruise this weekend? No, let's just sit in on our 1,000-inch TV and watch the ball game, right? Or let's use your suite, Dan, and go to the game this Sunday.
Okay.
So anyway, listen, Dan got put in an Uber timeout.
Oh no!
Because
Uber Eats.
Dan Friday, I was talking about these new Sonic chicken. Well, it's my food review from last week. It's on our YouTube channel. Go to our YouTube channel at the Bubba Army and look for last week's food review. And they're these Sonic chicken dip bites, and they really don't look like much, but they are unbelievable. Yes, they're like little toasted raviolis with real chicken dip, like real distinguishable chicken.
Really good.
And so Dan, we started talking about it on Friday, and Dan's like, I'm going to Uber some in. And so the Uber woman, she first of all, she comes from Brandon because I think only the only Sonic that's open is over there, not the one closest to here.
That was delivering.
Which in the morning is probably nearly an hour drive.
Yeah, with traffic.
Yeah, and so Dan Ubers these Sonic chicken dip bites in from Brandon, and he keeps getting delayed. It says like she's 11 minutes out, then it says she's 9 minutes out, and then it says she's 3 minutes out, then she says it's 9 minutes out, and then she says she's 5 minutes out, and then so Dan's flipping out. He wants these chicken dip bites more than anything, and
he has to get going because it was late.
Right, he's running late. His brother's already here. It's just an avalanche of emotions are piling on Dan with every minute that she's late. and Dan becomes madder and madder and madder. And so this is
Dr. Dan, you're full hot, aren't you?
God.
Yeah.
You may have to.
I'm not even here.
I don't know if you have to double.
What's the delivery charge on this?
Hold on here.
Look at that.
$11 delivery.
Dan's
Ford Focus.
Right
Is
here.
it?
Here it is.
Oh my God. This makes me so nervous.
Oh, hold on now. So this is
I'm not a very confrontational person, so
this is Friday.
uncomfortable.
This is Friday, and Dan will tell you what has developed since this video.
Here she is, Dr. Dan.
Oh no.
And in today's woke society, Dan, like when we were growing up, this was just considered an ass chewing, right? Like, you know, your boss could chew your ass if you messed up, right? I mean, like,
back in the day.
Back in the day.
Back when, when boys had testicles.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, you know, back in the day, you could cut a promo on somebody that was offering a service to you if you didn't like their service. You could say, you know what, I'm telling you, you're the worst waitress I've ever had, ever. Like, are you kidding me? And, like, you know, you're not going to get in trouble for that. It's your opinion. Now, you can't talk this way to people. You cannot. Dan got a strike.
Took you so long. You're supposed to be here 10 minutes ago. How did you get lost with GPS?
My GPS put me in the wrong way.
Ridiculous.
The thing is 9:28.
It's ridiculous. I spent $21 having this delivered and you're 20 minutes late?
It's saying 9:28.
So 9:28. It's supposed to be at 9:15. You sucked. You suck.
So
that got me a community strike.
Hold on. So Dan got a community. Uber gets a hold of Dan and says, "You got a community strike there, big boy."
One more.
So she complained on him. This woman complained on Dan, and now Dan's got a community strike. Are you? That's today's
pathetic.
corporate world, and the fact that now she probably has a little onus. And this just like, you know, she's not completely innocent here.
She was at the intersection of West Shore and like Cypress for 12 minutes. Almost.
Right.
How do you get lost with a GPS?
I
I mean, when you saw her, were you like, oh, that makes sense? Or
no, I think it's just
no. I don't judge people on how they look.
I do.
Unlike
Sorry.
you.
Yeah.
My bad.
So but
You're so superficial.
But in today's world, man, that woman now can complain on you.
Yeah.
You can be the bad guy.
Right.
And you're the paying customer.
Right.
And she was late.
what Uber should realize is you. I mean, I'm sure Uber. Dan, you have a history. You can see how good of a customer you are,
I
right?
spent a lot of money on Uber Eats. I spent thousands and thousands of dollars on Uber Eats.
Yeah.
And, you know, and they have zero shame if they're late. You know what I mean? There's no ramifications if their food comes cold.
Before Uber gives you a strike, they should see your activity on how big of a customer you are, and you know, disciplining you like this, and putting you in the community strike could really it could cost them your business. Meaning you could be like, screw you, I'm gonna use a different service.
Right.
I mean, I think there's different services, isn't there?
DoorDash and
DoorDash and things like that.
Yeah.
And so before they give you the strike, they should see that you're not just a casual user, you're a high volume user, and maybe not side with the stupid bitch that really, whose fault it really is. And at the end of the day, you were not inappropriate and being very mad.
No.
And he still tipped her. He could have.
I gave her a tip. Still.
Yeah.
How much did you give her, Dan? 5 cents?
$5.
How much?
$5.
Still.
I know.
Still $5 tip.
Plus the delivery fee and all the other fees. It was almost $20 with all of it.
So anyway,
for just fees.
Dan got a community strike against him on Uber.
And that's just a warning, right?
Or whatever. I'd be so mad at them, Dan, for doing that.
I know.
Like nobody can accept criticism anymore. Not even harsh criticism.
And they sucked.
Hello.
Yeah, you told her.
Hey, King Sponjo, what's up? Dr. Dan's just been getting it all. Last week he got -1, -2. He got the strike with the Uber, and then you even know how woke and Uber and all that, and the community strike, and now he took the
Dan's not getting a minus from me for for getting an Uber violation. I nowhere.
He did
no
not
way
give me a minus for that. No,
and nor do I plan on it.
Thank you.
He's just been getting big. He's just been getting everything. Been getting on Dr. Dan.
Because you know why? Because he's trying. Because he's trying. He's trying. He's trying to be funny, abrasive. He's trying to be create some content rather than just sit there like a bump on the log. Like Lummy.
Yeah, I just can't wait till you get your strap back. And Bubba, you gotta be careful. You get that Sponjo Island and all them women, you'll be like that Chinese artist student might want starting men. You don't want to start wanting dudes and stuff.
We just talked about that 3 weeks in. 3 weeks in, me and Dan and Jimmy are probably already S&D.
Red face and everything.
Yeah, Fabrizi, Sumo, Denzel.
Dad, why is there red paint on your peanuts?
We're all S&D.
I got there.
We're all S&D. Every one of us are. We're so bored with these bitches that we're S&D now. Every one of us. Bunch of DSers. Listen, a woman that potentially is going to get $20,000 to be on Bubba's boat. Listen, supposedly they're so bored with women that they're S&D now, so you don't have to really worry about doing nothing. I don't think you have to worry about that.
How do you get the red paint off?
We're not red painting our faces because we're so weird, Dan, okay? That's where I draw the line.
The girls are asking that. The girls are asking how to get the red paint off.
We were talking about Prince earlier.
Everyone's got these like red thighs.
And let me, the Los Angeles Times went through and ranked all the greatest Prince songs, and I didn't even know this was a hit. The Los Angeles Times ranked Prince's #1 song is "If I Was Your Girlfriend." Was that even a hit?
I don't remember that one.
That's a deep cut.
Kiss, Purple Rain, Sign of the Times. This is some Los Angeles. I'm getting rid of this. This is some granola-ass liberal Los Angeles Times reporter's view on Prince. It's like there's no statistics behind this with regards to sales or chart positions or anything like that, right? No. This is just somebody's, interpretation of. And I don't even. This is another one. This is the Rolling Stone. This ranks his top songs. I Want to Be Your Lover, 1979. I don't think that was probably his
That's
greatest.
a good one.
Oh, it's a great song. I don't think it was his best seller. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
When You Were Mine in 1980. See, again, I don't think these are. I have not
99.
found a list yet that was based on sales or chart position, or popularity. I think it's just based on the individual writer's personal taste.
What's your favorite?
Mine. I can't tell you my favorite Prince song.
Why not?
I just can't. Hello.
Because everybody know you're gay.
So what can I do for you, sir? It's Big Gay Bubba Show. It's the Big Gay Bubba Show. We might actually be able to go farther with that in life. Boy, Anna, you look so attractive. Look like a baby in an incubator.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought you were supposed to try to be a girl.
I am. Look. Sorry. We're just covering my arms.
You know how bad that looks? Dan, look. Did you see it earlier, Dan, or are you?
No, it's gone now.
The shirt on the
like it just
I mean her
nothing screams I don't
jacket.
care about what I look like on camera more than wrapping yourself up in a blanket.
Yeah, you don't
it's
see
not a
Prince
blanket.
doing that.
No, but you don't see Megyn Kelly or anybody else that's in the content business that are wrapping themselves up in a
Who's doing that? The women's soccer team after they got their ass kicked by Sweden
or us.
The Billboard chart history of Prince.
Thank you, Lummy.
Hi, yes? What do you want, sir?
Bubba brings up Megyn Kelly a lot. You must have the odds for her.
Oh, I do.
He talks about it all the
I've
time.
made that very, very, very. I don't know how much you listen to the show, sir, but I've made that very obvious that I have a huge crush on her. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's good.
All right. Any other reason for this phone call, my friend?
Yeah. I'm calling. It's a radio show. I was calling to ask a question.
All right. What's that?
Was that Dr. Dan in his maddest form? Is that as mad as he gets?
Oh no, that
doesn't scratch the surface,
hold on,
man.
That's honest to God, I've known Dan.
Scratch the ass of my madness.
That was a 4.
Really?
That was a 4. Dan, I mean, based on how well I know you, I score that a 4 or a 5. Based on how well you know yourself, where do you score?
3, 4.
Okay, so
I wasn't even mad.
So that's a 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a 4.
Wow.
Because I vaguely remember hearing him talk about going off on his kid's football coach, correct?
No, Jay did that. I never went off on a football coach.
Dan is the coach.
I am the coach. So and if anyone went off on me like that, they'd be counting clouds.
Oh, okay. No, I was just wondering. It seemed relative.
All right, buddy. Thank you for the Dr. Dan questionnaire, but we have to move on. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know he's a star, but we don't need to. I don't think it's I don't think it's entertaining to grade Dan's level of madness. I'm telling you right now, that was a 4. I've seen. I don't think I've ever seen a 10.
No.
Who has?
I don't know. Well, Romina.
The children.
Romina.
Kids.
Yeah, Dan. Oh,
the person I called Friday night.
I was going to say there was a 10 on Friday night.
What?
And Dan was in the big house, and Dan started screaming on the phone to this one individual, and everybody went to their rooms.
Mm-hmm. Quietly, 10 o'clock
because it was
at night.
it was a 10. It was a full
It was
blown
a 10 at 10. 10 at 10.
10. There was a phone. Somebody called Dan at 10. Dan got some information and had to call a person that was talking a little crap about Dan, and Dan had to have a verbal telephone call with this gentleman.
Yeah,
And you called him names, and you told him you're going to kill him, and you told him you're going to kick his ass, and you told him that
at 10 o'clock at night. That's the kind of day I had on Friday.
Hi, who's
so
this?
I'm still going a little 100% full steam, complete meltdown at 10:15.
Right. Most of us Friday at 10:15 were either sleeping or really having a pretty nice, enjoyable
watching a
time.
movie.
Yeah, just really relaxed.
Chilling.
Our vibe was super good. Dan's at a full-blown, 13,000 RPMs, full-blown meltdown at 10 o'clock on a Friday night.
Yeah.
Full-blown. I'm talking 10.
And then Romina did a macho, and we had no internet all weekend and no cable all weekend. All I had was.
When would you put her in charge of anything technical?
I didn't. She made a phone call, and all of a sudden, everything got screwed up like the Frontier did to you. Spectrum did it to us at the house.
She got a phone call, and she agreed to something?
Oh, yeah. Upgrade. You'll save money and get better service for less. And all of a sudden,
the service switched out, but it didn't switch out?
It didn't switch out. So all I had was 3 channels.
Oh,
and
my
Bay News
God,
9.
Dan.
So I was forced to watch the girls choke in the Females World Cup and get their asses whooped. And you know what? I don't think anyone felt badly for them because they've been such a-holes.
We'll talk about that. Dan's talking about the U.S. soccer team getting beat, choking.
And the Swedish girls were hot.
And we'll talk about that momentarily. What's your phone call? What do you want, sir? Hello.
She repels the ball.
Bubba.
Yeah.
It's Dave from West Palm.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, here's an example of the pussification of America again. What do you think about that NASCAR driver who got suspended indefinitely for liking a meme?
I think it's pathetic. I think it's absolutely pathetic. I mean, NASCAR is, first of all, your dad's got to write a $4 million check for you to get a ride, or you got to be Joe Gibbs's grandson, or Clint Boyer's son, or Kevin. That's the next. Those are the next generation NASCAR drivers. Are all these kids of these now drivers? I think Kyle Busch has got a kid that's racing. I think
Dale didn't do it.
Dale didn't. I don't think his kid's racing, but Harvick's kid's racing. Clint Boyer's kid's racing. There's just all this going on. And then if you're not come from the inner circle pedigree bloodline, then your dad can just write, like William Byron's dad got him into NASCAR by writing a $25 million check for like a 4-year contract for William Byron, because in Hendrick after Dale Jr. retired. So you either buy yourself in, or you have ancestor yourself into NASCAR. So they have made the big deal about Bubba Wallace last year and that whole big thing. They tried to force that down our throats. They've lost me. NASCAR has lost me as a fan. I'm gone. I used to be such the biggest NASCAR fan. I would make sure that I knew, where I would certainly know where they were racing. I knew who was fast in practice. I knew who was, who qualified on the pole, and I watched the race. Now I couldn't tell you where they raced last weekend. I couldn't tell you who won. I couldn't tell you who sat on the pole. I couldn't tell you where they raced. All I know now is that pop culturally, this one guy, this Noah Grayson, who's he drive for?
I don't know who he drives for.
But anyway,
knows.
I mean,
No one
he's pretty good driver. I don't know if he bought his way into the sport or not, but he retweeted something George Floyd.
George Floyd meme.
He didn't he just liked it.
Okay.
He liked it. He just put a thumbs up, liked it. My thing is that that's a slippery slope, because if say you've got a company, because it said that it didn't go with NASCAR's values or something like that, and I'm like, well, what happens if you're a company and say the company has donated a bunch of money to like the Democrats, and you as an employee like a post that has to do with say Trump? Does that mean that the company can go and fire you because it doesn't agree with their
In
values?
today's world, man, in today's world,
you represent them. They don't want that.
in today's world, man, now your past can be used against you, and like it's just
The thing is, the
everybody's just tattletaling on everybody, and it's just ridiculous. This cancel culture.
Well, the problem is that some companies define values, and if your values are even more conservative or inconsistent with their values, then you're the bad guy. So, for instance, we're saying that the NASCAR has values; they respect anything African American. Okay, well, say that in my set of values, I don't agree with maybe transitioning people, transgender people.
Maybe.
And then my values, that's inconsistent with my values.
Hold on, personally, Dan.
Personally.
Personally.
So I'm using this as an example. And so, but NASCAR says, no, you have to follow NASCAR values, not your values, NASCAR values, which aren't necessarily more conservative, more religious, more anything. It's just today's trend of values. And so the problem is that values have been distorted as to today's tolerances. We don't have any more values. We stopped using the word. We should stop using the word values, because what we valued 10 years ago has been blown up now.
And not that it makes it.
Well,
I sent you the meme, Bubba.
Well, not that it makes it right or wrong, but I also think that, since he is a semi-famous NASCAR racer, that applies just a bit. Like, he represents the company and the contract that he signed for, whatever company or team he's racing for. But
what about?
I mean, he is a quote unquote public.
But I mean,
figure.
how much? Hold on. How far back do you go? I mean, like,
yeah.
Would you send me? Because I didn't get it.
I sent you the meme that he liked.
Okay. There's stuff I've done that would probably not work in today's society. What if this stuff comes uncovered, or what? Am I gonna get fired immediately? No, I got it. Am I to be fired?
Scroll down.
Well, the thing is, Dan, I'm going to back up on your point, and then I'll get off the call, get off the phone here. But to back up on your point, everything, if you don't agree with something, then everything is racist. And I'm like, we've taken the term racist because we use it such on a daily basis that it's lost its meaning. The term racist or bigot or
everyone's racist, everyone's a bigot, then no one's a bigot, no one's racist.
Yeah, it's just lost its whole entire inflection of what it's supposed to mean.
It's no longer.
Anyway.
I appreciate it. Thanks. So many phone calls. I'm so late, and I got this thing to go through. You're right. I don't have to take them.
Yeah.
I'm going to take your phone calls. Most show needs them. I don't need them. In fact, after this phone call, I'm going to busy it all out so we don't have to take any more for the rest of the show.
Nice.
And we can get our stuff in, not yours. Or be distracted by you.
Yeah.
Our job is to entertain you, not be distracted by. Thanks. Know your role. Hello.
Bubba the Love Sponge, Joe the Supermarket.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what's up, Joe?
Hey, Joe.
There you go.
I got a little insight into the DoorDash delivery driver this weekend over a couple deliveries I had. You won't believe it. They've changed their mentality so much. It's all about the money and what they're getting paid, and that's the level of customer service that they're going to give. I was told that straight up by two drivers, the same exact thing. He said, listen, I'm only getting $2 for this delivery, so you better be polite, because I was getting a little ornery because they leave it down 18 stairs, and I can't even get out of my bed. How am I going to go downstairs and get it?
I know. So, when you said I was getting a little ornery, did you say, hey, man, can you bring it to the steps? Because I'm in a wheelchair Willie or whatever the hell you were?
Here's the thing. He took a picture of it on the concrete stairs outside the door of my apartment building, and I called him because they had done that before, and the guy left. And when I called him, he says, I'm already gone. I'm on my next delivery. I'm not coming back. But I was blessed enough to be able to get another delivery after that, so he was able to bring up everything. But
so you are. So hold on. You're blessed enough, meaning that you called and complained on Uber, and they said that they'd have to shut your mouth because you were raising so much hell that they said, we'll just send another one out. And while so you talked that guy into bringing the original deal, so you got double the food, you fat ass. Don't even think about lying.
No, not at all. You're so far off. Listen, Double Dash. That's what DoorDash does. So they let you order from another place with no service fee, no delivery fee.
I know, but you still got double the food.
No, I did not. I got one order from where I got.
No,
the
but
food,
you said the other guy
order.
was. You said the other guy was nice enough to bring the original order up.
Right. So the first delivery was from 7-Eleven. It was 2 fountain sodas and a coffee. He left that downstairs, outside on the stairs. The next guy was bringing the
fountain
food.
sodas and a coffee.
So I just asked him to bring up the beverages, and everything worked out fine.
He spent $25 on 3 drinks.
Can't get out of his bed.
Man, must be rolling that old those Kirby residuals, my friend. Damn.
Not even. I was, again, blessed enough to have a friend to give me a gift card to use DoorDash.
Okay.
My mother and I had no care this weekend. We had no PCA, so it was just me and her to fend for ourselves, and it was awesome.
So Joe, you're in a hospital bed.
Yeah.
Like what's what's the diagnosis? Because I got a doctor here.
I know, and I love Dr. Dan. He's my hero, so I can't wait to tell you what's going on. So I have my doctor right now has given up completely. Like some of my I'll tell you one of my last things, and this goes into one more thing I want to tell you, Bubba. But I'm going to speak candidly, and I hope it's not bad, but I had it for the past month. I had black stool, and they had thought I was internally bleeding.
Oh.
And I wanted to do a blood test. I wanted to do a urine test, even a stool test, and the doctor won't do nothing. He says he's got nothing for me. Go to the emergency room.
But hold on. But you're bedridden, right?
Yep.
All right. So Dan, can you understand my frustration? I'm trying to figure out what's the initial cause of you being you're bedridden. You're a 45-year-old.
Are you like 500 pounds?
No. Since I was over 400 my last day in the hospital. I was 418.
Oh.
But now since I'm an intermittent.
Man, Joe, but at one time when you were slinging Kirby's on angel dust, what were you down to? Like 250?
Yeah, I was 250, and I've even got lower than that. I got down to 180 when I first started training for wrestling.
No, I know, but like maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago when you're
Sniper, $100 snipe. Brian from Philly, $100 snipe.
Okay, there
Double
you go.
snipe. Sorry, Joe.
Really wanted Joe off the phone.
I want to know what's wrong with him. Like he's bedridden. Like what's wrong with him? Do you have
Brian from Philly, $100?
Oh my God, another one?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I got rid of him.
Stop asking. Yeah.
All right, so enough of that, and then back onto this, and then into words. And then, Dan, we have a new parody.
Love to hear it.
It's called Fortunate Son. It's Carlos's, 6th or 7th?
Getting caught up.
Yeah.
He's getting caught up.
He only has till September 15th?
Oh, This is not even a funny meme. I mean, why did he had to go down on this hill?
Okay, so in 2000, in 2020, during the George Floyd disaster, or I should say, whatever.
Tragedy.
The tragedy. Yes, tragedy.
How about just the death instead of putting an editorialization on it? The George Floyd death. He died. Okay. We have to say it was a good thing, a bad thing, and a neutral thing.
There was somebody who made a meme, and it's got like crab claws. It's like a lobster.
Sebastian, Bubba.
It's a crab.
From The Little Mermaid.
Oh, is that what it is?
Under the sea? You don't get it?
No, I don't. I don't know.
You never saw Little Mermaid?
No.
Wow. Okay.
Under the sea.
There you go.
So somebody put under the knee.
Under the sea.
And put George Floyd's picture on it. And Noah Grayson, who was just probably some ARCA driver at the time, nobody really paid attention to. Hard telling what he was doing 3 years ago.
This happened 3 years ago.
He drove the Baconator car in the cup race like 2 weeks ago.
But I'm talking about what was Noah Grayson doing when he
pooping?
When he liked.
Well, I don't think they ever clarified. I know that the Floyd thing happened in 2020, but they never clarified when the post was from. I don't know how recent it was, or if this is something that was dug up. I don't think this is something that was dug up.
I know, but that to me, Dan, has a little bearing on his responsibility. Like now that
stupid today, not as stupid back then.
Right, like stupid, but certainly shouldn't be worth losing your job over today.
Yeah, well, some people did.
Yeah,
me.
I mean, you lost your job over a meme.
Well,
it's like a Helen Keller joke. Come on, guys.
It was a tweet, and it was about George Floyd, and that is all that I will say.
I mean, the one that finally got you was the.
Yes.
That's what got you fired?
So he got me fired.
Was it George?
Like a week after his death. It was ill-timed. I'll say that much.
Well,
it wasn't even that bad.
I didn't even know that. I thought the
no, the epilepsy thing. I survived that the hurricane epilepsy. I survived in 2019.
Okay.
And then 2020.
Was it the ice cream thing?
I thought the epilepsy got you knocked out. It wasn't. It was Floyd.
It was the Floyd deal. Yeah. Well, no one was in the mood for laughs.
Is that what they when they brought you into HR or when they brought you in?
Oh, I never got brought into HR for that. I was just pretty much fired.
All right. So then, how did that go though?
How did he become so sacred?
Do they bring you in and fire you, or do they just say you're fired over a text or telephone?
I got a call during my show with Johnny B at like 9:30 at night from John Brennan, which is never good during the show.
Right.
He canceled the show I hosted, Stay Woke. He canceled it that night, and he said, "Do not come in tomorrow." And yeah, I knew it was bad. So I went in sometime that weekend. I got all my stuff, like everything off the hard drive that I needed.
Wow.
Yeah, because I knew I was going to get fired. So I got everything I needed.
So what was the meme that got you fired?
It wasn't a meme. It was...
Because, I mean, like, it's a whole different it's a whole different world here. Yeah. Like, you know how, Dan, you know how cool it is to not have to worry about some program director calling me and and telling me, you know, like what I did or said is going to get me fired. Like being your own boss. Like I'm truly my own boss. Mm-hmm. And it's so refreshing. It really is.
It's nice.
It really is.
And I'm not your employee, so you have no liability for me.
Well, Dan, let's not start going there. Start making excuses for you to even be bigger of a dick. Yeah. You do it real well right now. So Anna, what was your George Floyd tweet or retweet or like?
A week after he died, again, I could have probably waited a little bit longer, or maybe not, because people are still getting fired over this stuff. But it came out that George Floyd had COVID. And at that time, people were getting mowed down by buses, and they happened to have COVID, and people were saying this person died of COVID. And it was ridiculous. And I was getting red-pilled hard at this point. When the nurses who were screaming at us to stay home were suddenly applauding people who were protesting in the street, I went, oh, this whole thing is fake. I'm over it. That's when I started going out again. I didn't care about anything. And I was just kind of going off. So it came out that George Floyd had COVID. And I said something to the effect of, you know, if they try to say that, if they try to pin COVID on his death or something, then I'm going to loot myself. Like it was something dumb like that. And then I got fired.
So you got fired by saying
mixing a COVID joke
what
with
was
a
it? Yeah,
Floyd joke?
I was trying to be
with a loot kicker. Like you're you're a looter. I mean, like you don't even like you'd be afraid to loot because it might require you to have to carry a gun or something.
Right. I was trying to really kind of to mesh everything together. All the things that were happening at that time. I was kind of just like, you know, putting it all together in one foul tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it didn't work out.
It was a trilogy. Well. It was a trilogy of heatness.
Yeah. I was trying to merge all the crazy issues that were going on at the time.
Here's the difference between where you worked then and now. Is I don't even follow your Twitter. It wasn't even that great of
a tweet, and it wasn't even an original thought. Someone else.
Did somebody have to complain? Did somebody have to complain?
Yeah, it was an inside job. I'm pretty sure.
All right. So there was a complaint.
Yes.
You know, like to the program director or the general manager or whoever.
Yeah.
About your specific tweet.
Yeah.
And because they got one complaint, right? I mean,
I think I knew who complained.
I know, but still.
Yes. But again, this was not my first transgression.
I understand.
Or indiscretion. Yeah.
But I mean, I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't even that bad. But it was.
I mean, I know people over there that done a lot worse things.
Oh, I know.
I mean, my Lord, some of the stuff that's been going on over there. Just the Hogan sex tape scandal in itself, and the people that were able to get that that are. I'm not trying to revert back to that, but I mean, there has been some huge crimes and million 8-figure settlements that came from various people over there, and they're worried about some girl they're worried about your dumbass.
I know. Yeah. I almost blew in a call to Justin Pulaski, be like, look, I need you back again. Help me out here. If you could just do something crazy, I'd appreciate it.
So anyway, well, you know, I don't even look at your stuff. That would never happen.
I don't post on Twitter anymore.
You know, the guy that was convicted of killing him.
Who?
Derek Chauvin.
Yeah, Chauvin.
Yeah.
You know, when they finally said, you know, you're found guilty, he quietly put his hands behind his back and walked quietly to jail. And, you know, it's a shame because if George Floyd did not have COVID, wasn't on drugs, and had quietly cooperated, he would have never died. And so one of the things that people forget here and they refuse to say is if you're under arrest, don't resist, cooperate, and deal with it on the backside with the criminal justice system instead of trying to fight it with the policeman because you're going to lose.
But and I agree with you, but Chauvin did not better his cause by keeping his knee on the back of the guy's neck for almost 9 minutes while breathing in, you know, a car exhaust.
Carbon monoxide.
Well, both things can be true,
Right,
right?
but I'm just, I mean, like, you know, I agree with you, Dan. I agree with you.
He wouldn't have had to if he had just been cooperative.
I know,
and
but
didn't
you don't
resist to begin with.
But you don't keep detained, suspects
he was
in
already
the
handcuffed at that time.
middle of the road, breathing your exhaust. Yes, they fought you. Yes, they didn't listen to you. Yes, it's to struggle to but you walk
But that's
them.
what criminals do. That's the kind of
I know,
level of
but
society
you-
you're dealing with as a police officer. So you have to know how to handle
standing
it.
on, SOP. If you were to look at their SOP handbook, Dan, says it probably doesn't say that once you've detained a guy that you've had to fight or whatever, you do not, keep him in the middle of the road with the knee on your back of your neck. You either put him in the back of your squad car or on the sidewalk or somebody, but you don't position him there, right? And listen, if he was,
I don't know the rules.
If he was positioned there for a minute or two, while what was the guy's name who got
Chauvin?
Why Chauvin's assessing the situation? I get it, but he kept him there for knee on the neck for
9.5 minutes,
8 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah,
or
but
something.
it didn't suffocate him at the time. He was breathing afterwards. So that's the whole thing. It had nothing to do with it.
Melissa Carpenter, $100 on the Venmo.
Ridiculous.
I don't know if it was nothing, but it's
It had
certainly
nothing to do with it. He was still breathing afterwards. If someone chokes your neck, if someone's choking your neck, Anna, and then you don't die, and I let go, I didn't choke you.
I thought he stopped moving with the knee still on the neck.
No.
Did he not? I thought.
I'm just saying. I think that I think procedurally Chauvin really didn't.
You say his name different every time.
Didn't optically better himself with the average average person in society. The optics, Dan, you're right. He maybe was not dead, but the optics were very bad.
I understand that.
What was he? Was it second degree murder? Or
It was it was second degree.
Second. Okay.
I think he's got 18 years.
No, it's like 22.
22 years.
Yeah.
Something like that.
It's like the same guy on the subway though. The optics didn't look good for the guy.
Is that still pending?
That guy's a hero.
Yeah, he's still on a trial.
Yeah, no,
I think he'll get
let me tell you
They're
something.
throwing the book at him.
I'm telling you, I can stand behind. I can support that guy all day. I can't support Chauvin to the extent that Dan is. I just can't. Dan's like, Chauvin, you're my man.
I'm not Chauvin, you're my man.
Yeah, kind of.
No.
I'm like Chauvin. I'm like Chauvin.
Defending
You
Chauvin.
look like an ass. And you know what? And when you do over-the-top cop work like that, sometimes it'll bite you in the ass. You should know better.
Right.
You probably didn't call. You probably didn't kill the guy, but you just have to work smarter than that. And you just you're your own worst enemy, kid.
Right. I'm not defending Chauvin. I'm just saying that I don't know that he was the proximate cause of his death.
And I would agree.
Could it be an interaction effect between like fentanyl and
all that killed him.
Other stuff going on.
All that killed him.
So,
all of it was a combination of all of it.
Right.
Probably.
All that killed
and
him.
you could say he was a contributing factor.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, all that killed him. Let me thank you for the Prince chart.
Yes.
I don't know how we got off on the Prince deal, but we did.
We're back.
And now we're back. I'm just trying to look at if you were just to talk about he had 5 number ones. When Doves Cry, God, that was a hit. Let's Go Crazy. Cream. I didn't know that Cream was that big of a hit. Kiss and Bat Dance from Batman. And then it goes and ranks,
1999 only got to 12. That's a pretty popular song.
That was huge.
That song had legs that lasted forever, though. Lummy. It never peaked. But
weeks on the chart 30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
75. Call My Name. I never even heard of that one. The Greatest Romance Ever Sold. Some of this stuff, I didn't know that he had all these
He had
songs.
tons of songs.
And he wrote a bunch of other songs for a bunch of other people.
I think
that we
my
don't know
favorite
about.
song's not even on there.
What's yours?
I'm not telling you. I could not. It's too much heat.
What?
It's too much heat.
I'm not getting into my favorite Prince song. We're moving on from that.
Oh, I thought it was because you couldn't decide because you had so many.
No, it's a heat getter.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Dan's got we have a new parody.
Yes, we do.
And who's it from? Carlos Mandinko?
Yes.
Let me just give you guys maybe just the tip.
And just remember, he played all the instruments in this.
So we can get money on this.
Yes, we can.
All right, hold on.
I feel like it.
I'm just gonna play. It's just the tip. We'll go into words, and I'll give you the rest on the backside. This is just the tip. Carlos Mandinko. He's getting his numbers back up, is he not?
Yes, he is.
Looks like all of our song guys might qualify for rings this year.
Pretty close.
Some guys are hung, they don't even need to brag. They know they're bigger than you. Dr. Dan goes outside, he's all over Lummy's rims. He makes sure you see his thing too.
It's true. Dan's all about. In fact, he opened the show up today as I like wearing biker pants because it makes me look well hung.
Yep.
I mean, like you really, 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 really love to put over your penis, don't you?
No, I mean, it puts itself over.
Science has studied his brain and still has no theories about the things that come out of it.
I'm talking, you fat ass.
Bubba. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
You, Melissa Carpenter.
Hello, Melissa Carpenter.
Brian from Philly.
The crickets is
What's up?
We didn't even finish the
Oh,
song.
is that what it's gonna be? You
You
look tired. Here, just take this, because I'm Hey. What's wrong? Huh?
I'll drink some coffee and
Steve, man.
You drink coffee? Oh, okay. Yeah.
You want coleslaw? Close this in. Probably down up to now. We got farmers are still hot. Not that far off. We have the third best record, fourth best record in the league. That's nothing to sneeze at. You know, saw that one. Right. Dark match. Bring some more. You know, Dr. Dan.
Hey, Lummy.
You gotta book it up, Cross. Yes, Bubba.
What are our YouTube numbers?
Your goats go crazy over that corn shit.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they like it.
Is that their favorite?
Yeah, I would say it's in their top 3.
90.5.
What do you eat, Bubba?
Factor meal.
What you eating, Bubs?
Chicken with little mashed potatoes and. Have you tried any of your rustic cuts yet?
I was going to talk about it. Yeah. So last night in my Ninja Grill.
Hold on, you got your Ninja Grill that fast?
Dude, you're talking to Danny D, bro.
What did you do? Overnight it?
Man, money is no object because I always take like free Thursday or $4.99 for tomorrow. And I take the Thursday deal. Dan takes the fucking get it to me no matter how much it costs now.
I just have a question about the Ninja.
You have a question with the Ninja?
Yeah, do you flip it in the Ninja? Or
Yes.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
You open it and flip it?
It'll say flip on it.
It didn't say shit. Maybe I missed it. Didn't say anything about flipping.
Mm-mm. It stopped. It stops.
6-0 something?
Damn.
You can always get
It stops and beeps and says flip.
Oh, okay. Well,
6 and 1.
it's like a 7-1. It's like a 605.
All right, hold on. So
That was.
we probably need to talk about this, right?
It's got a.
Probably. You gonna play a parody?
Yeah.
Finish your foods?
Yeah.
Yep.
Then can we talk about your Ninja?
Yeah.
I'm sure he won't mind.
No.
Dan, we have to tell the story that you saw the Ninja at my apartment.
Oh, well, I'll tell the story.
You saw it on Saturday and got it by Sunday.
The following broadcast is not for the mocha soy latte drinking, tree hugging, Birkenstock wearing crowd.
I'm not giving you a compliment.
If you tuned in by accident, get the f out of here now before all the beer drinking, whiskey shooting hellraisers find out. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Some guys are hung, they don't even need to brag. They know they're bigger than you. Dr. Dan goes outside, pees all over Lummy's rims. He makes sure you see his thing too. When he's gotta pee, he goes to pee. He shows his genitalia. He's bigger than Jay, he's bigger than Steve. He dropped his hammer on you. Dr. Dan was born with a silver spoon in hand. He worked his way to the top, y'all. And when the taxman comes knocking on Bubba's door, watch out, Danny's got a golden gears on. When he's gotta pee, he goes to pee. He shows his genitalia. He's bigger than Jay. He's bigger than Steve. This is Dr. Dan Diaco.
You're probably like, listen, my penis is good enough. Penis.
It's a workout for your penis. It's warm.
Does it do it? Penis. Does
My
it do
penis is as tan as my chest now.
Penis.
My penis is as tan as my chest now.
Penis. My penis.
It's warm.
Penis.
He's bigger than you. He's bigger than me. This is Dan Diaco. Dr.
Now, some people would be like, visibly uncomfortable if there was a song, that was written about them like that. Dan just revels in it. Do you not, Dan?
Oh, love it. I need a copy of it.
Yep.
I'll send it
Now,
over
Dan,
to
do you listen to your own songs sometimes?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I have a little medley.
Let me. How many Dan songs are there now?
That's a tough one to ask. I can't even give you that answer.
The last time we counted was 12.
Now
So I'll have to try
this
to
would
go
be
back and do
13.
another couple.
We almost had to. I mean, I think it's only 12 songs for 10 to 12 songs for an album. We could almost come up with a Dan album.
I think we could.
Oh yeah. I'll get on that.
Maybe we should make a video of that, of like various pictures of Dan and some of the things that he's doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Use Dan footage.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Of him in his biker shorts.
But the OG song is
Oh, the one that everybody knows.
Yeah.
Dr. Dan Diaco.
The Hamill
He's
song.
a hero to me. He takes a small breast girl from an A to a double D, handsome and rich, and he drives a Ferrari. Dan's just reveling in this right now. Absolutely reveling in this. So anyway, Dan and I go on this 28.8 mile bike deal on Saturday, and I invite Dan up to my apartment and, to get a Monster or whatever. I didn't know if he brought a change of clothes. He wanted to shower, but he didn't. He just came up for a few minutes, saw Bella, and he then sees, like, man, back when we were growing up in college, there was no microwaves, there were no Ninjas, there were no.
There were microwaves were at the very beginning in the 80s. They just kind of hit the.
Yeah, but most college kids didn't really
they didn't
have
a
like you didn't
microwave.
have.
No.
The only thing you had in your
Sometimes a
dorm
little-
room was maybe a mini fridge.
Yeah, maybe
That's
a mini
it.
fridge. And some people had like a little bit of like a warmer,
Like a hot plate.
like a hot plate or something.
Kind of deal, right? Well, now, so Dan sees I have a Ninja air fryer. I've kind of upped my air fryer game from just kind of the standard air fryer game, the old school air fryer. Let me tell you, I now got a Ninja.
Oh.
And they're like $248, but they can do everything. So Dan sees my Ninja and he's like, "Is that a air fryer? What's it all do?" Well, I show Dan all the functions of it and how cool it is and everything like that. So Dan buys one right there. And so I didn't know. See, I'm the kind of guy that when I'm on Amazon and it says you can get it tomorrow for $12.99 or you can get it free on Tuesday. I'm so the free on Tuesday guy. Are you are you as well?
Of course. Have you met me?
I mean,
Dude, even if I'm buying a winter jacket that I don't need for 3 months, I want it tomorrow.
So Dan is the
wow.
Dan's the guy that pays like $12.50 extra to get it tomorrow. So I didn't know
But
that
don't be late.
Dan had his air fryer there on Sunday for Sunday delivery, and you cooked something in it.
Yes, my rustic cut steaks because
did
I
they
tried
come
it.
in?
Yes, it all worked out perfectly, Bubba. I tasted the rustic cuts with you Monday and Tuesday. You made me have a bite both times,
right?
And I loved it, so I ordered it. I got the steaks Friday afternoon, and I got 8 fillets, 4 ribeyes, and 4 strips.
Wow. I would have gone right for one of those ribeyes. But so anyway, Dan didn't know on Saturday when he was at my apartment. I go, "Hey, Dan, that rustic steak that I had, those rustic cut steaks, I actually made those on that stupid ass Ninja air fryer."
That triggered me right there.
And he's like, "For real?" I'm like, "Yeah." So he goes out and buys one of these.
Because
and
I think Lawrence Taylor tackled my grill. My grill's been destroyed somehow. While I was out of town, it looked like literally like the entire football team tackled it, threw it in the trash, brought it out, and then set it back up.
What do you think might have happened?
I don't know. Maybe it got knocked over with the wind or something like that. But it literally
And then
looks
somebody
like,
just nicely put it back up.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. It got knocked over because
So it
it's
got
just
knocked
destroyed.
over, and then all the insides, all the internal plumbing, and all
It's
that
all
kind of
broken
stuff
apart.
from the burners and all
Yeah,
that. It's
it
just
all
been
disconnected. And I'm not going to mess with it now.
No. So you buy one of these Ninjas.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's your first thoughts on the Ninja?
I thought it was pretty cool. It took me a second to open, and I mean, literally, I had this, and I did the steak like you did, where it was kind of like a dry rub deal.
Yes.
So I put
It's
a bunch
so
of stuff in there.
intensive. It's
Yeah.
so important, and you literally like dry rub, ground it. You try to dry grind it as hard as you can. I take my steak and take a fork or a knife and poke a bunch of holes in it to try to really get it down in there.
I just put a bunch of crap in a bag, put this fillets in the bag, shook it like shake and bake, and then put them on the grill.
Right.
And then
on the Ninja Air Fry Willie.
Now, do you have like an electric thermometer thing that you plug into it?
Yeah, I have one, but I don't know if it's plugged.
It's got built into one. This one has a built-in one.
You got the better model than me, Dan.
And so I stuck it in my meat and deep into my meat, and then
Dan's
I put
probably
it in
got
there.
the $280 one. I got like the $199.
Well, and it was perfect. It came out with just a little.
Was
pink
it
in the middle.
140? What were you going for? 140, 145?
I went for number 5 medium.
I sent you his model.
Okay. No, what I'm saying, Dan, is like, did they have a temperature or what you were supposed to be
They
at?
didn't say temperature. They just said, how do you want it? And you stick the little thermometer in it and dial it up, and all of a sudden it came out just like I wanted it, perfectly, just a little pink in the middle.
Oh man, this is way.
You gotta love the little middle pink.
So, Lummy, you might want to put this on our Amazon wish list now.
I'm doing that right now.
This is Dan's.
Yeah, it was on a sale. It had 1,200 watts compared to the other ones that only have like 500 watts. So I thought this was a good one.
Right.
And it did cook the these are thick ass steaks way faster than normal.
I think you got a better
one.
one
Still
than me.
made crusty, a little crust on the outside.
I think maybe this is the one. I think I got the one. I think I got the 128 one. I think this is the one I got right here.
The $300
See,
one.
I don't have a thermometer, nothing like that. Dan's got the 268. I got the 129. Anyway, it works for me. So
when you dehydrate a food, is that like when you make beef jerky? Is
I don't know.
Dehydrating? I don't know. Like I was dehydrated after a bike ride. I just don't know what dehydrating.
Is that
food
how you
means.
did it, Dan?
Yeah, just like that.
And that cord goes in there.
Mm-hmm. Just like that.
And you
It's easy.
went to level 3. Yeah, you got a far more advanced one than
I just
me.
went to medium, and there's 2 types of medium, like a 5 medium or a 6 medium, and I think I did 6.
And how was it?
Perfect. It was perfectly cooked.
I mean, like literally, people don't realize.
It was perfect, and it wasn't long either. It took about 6 minutes to preheat and about 8 to 10 minutes to cook it.
Yeah, I got one.
Wasn't
Dan's
long at
got
all.
one. Anna, you got anything like this at the house?
So easy.
I mean, not that I use.
But I'm saying, like, Dan, you can almost live. I can see why people can live in their cars now because you can literally cook, like, right? If you had a little generator.
Oh yeah, one of these.
And and you microwave this. This makes it, and the thing about it is to warm stuff up, it's actually better to use this because it keeps it crispier. Whereas a microwave tends to
Ruins things.
sometimes make things soggy.
Yeah, I mean, microwave is good for like soup, and maybe like certain things like that. Sometimes
liquids.
You can do liquids.
Right.
It's
liquids.
great for liquids, and it's also good for like baked potatoes.
Yeah.
Because it'll soften up a potato. But
does your family have an air fryer?
Yeah, I got a cheap air fryer.
Yeah,
it works.
I had a cheap one that I went to the Ninja deal, and then Dan took it to the next level Ninja deal where he's got plug-in Jones. Son of a bitch.
It's kind of like an air fryer too. Is
Yeah,
it kind of
it's
like
an air fryer.
Is that
It's
what
a
essentially is
baker.
a grill with an air fryer? Essentially, it's a grill and an air fryer.
It can be
mixed.
a grill. It can be an air fryer. It can be a dehydrator. It can be like a scale. Like there's all kinds of different settings on it.
Because Romina really uses our air fryer a lot.
Yeah, well, she's gonna love this if she can figure it out. I mean, you may have to, I don't know if she can just.
I don't know. There's buttons.
Air fryers are air fryers. The Ninja deal's a far different animal.
Very complicated. It's like the space shuttle.
Yeah, she won't be able to figure that out.
No.
Just like she got your cable canceled.
Oh, God, I'm so pissed.
So.
And then they're like, okay, so we're gonna cancel your cable. Well, we're gonna fix it. We can't fix it today. We gotta let we have to let the transfer mature, and then we can fix it after midnight. So then Sunday morning we call, and we think we got it fixed. But they said, as soon as you fix it, though, you're going to lose your internet because the internet's going to require different boxes. So we have an appointment for you. You can come get the stuff you need. So we have to take out the internet.
Now, hold on. Was this all based on a sales call made to Romina where they're like, hello, are you the lady of the house? Oh, yes, I am. We now have Spectrum have an upgrade where your bill can be slashed by $38 and get triple the speed, but it's going to require us to change it all out. And she's like, oh, yeah, sure.
Time.
What?
Wine time.
Wine time. You think she might have been on wine time when she agreed to this? Because, Dan, everything was running fine, right?
Perfectly.
Everything's running fine.
No problems.
Carriage house got its own deal.
Yep.
Whole 9 yards.
Everything's working great.
Got big-ass trunk. You got high-speed Willie.
Oh, sure.
And why would you want to change?
No reason. She wants to save $1.
She
wait. In her defense, my cable bill is close to $500.
Okay. Well, so
now it's close to $400.
So are you the threes? Are you four north?
We went from like 5 to 4.
Okay.
So there was a savings.
Okay.
I mean, I have literally
was the savings
10
worth
cable boxes.
No Wi-Fi.
Was the savings worth the angst that it caused you?
I don't know because I'm still not even fixed yet.
That's what I'm saying.
Probably not.
Jury's still out.
So she gets the stuff, and then she's like, "Okay, this is for the carriage house, and this is for the main house." And so she puts
she's
hers on
slinging She's slinging equipment.
Yeah, they made her go to the place, but they gave her an appointment, so she just walks in and comes back with the stuff. And so I put the one thing in the main house and one thing in the carriage house. Nothing works. So I call the cable company back and like, no, both of those are for one house. She just got half the stuff she needed. So.
Oh no!
I got it all to work in the carriage house, and Jay and I are watching.
I couldn't even deal with this.
Yeah, Jay and I are watching, videos on YouTube in the carriage house, and the main house is like shut down, no cable. And I'm like, oh, so sorry.
And by the way, people in the main house are not. There's only about 8 people in the world allowed in the carriage house.
Right. So there's
like what I'm saying. It's not like the Sophia, and let's just make this perfectly clear: the rest of your family is not allowed in the carriage house.
Nope.
I mean, that is a hard. That's not a smart ass rule. That is a hard rule.
Pretty much a hard rule.
That is a commandment in the Diak. I mean, only realistically you, Jay, and Steve are allowed in the carriage house unless invited.
Right.
She knows the secret word.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It's a long one. It's got 4 syllables.
So, but that's the rules of the carriage house, right?
Yes.
So. They don't have internet. You guys do over the carriage house.
We're loving it. And then she says, we're like 4 people over here, and you're one person. Can we have the internet over here? I'm like, okay. So
you took your machine and put over there.
Yeah. Then I had to cook dinner.
What a pussy!
Wow.
Yeah, I was about to cook dinner anyway, so they can have it at the end of the day.
So
she has to get more equipment today. So I'm like, okay, you go pick up the extra equipment.
Man, you're far more patient to me. I'd be flipping out. I'd be like, you're going to get the equipment. You're fixing it. You're making all the phone calls.
That's what my thing was. Like, you did this. This is your disaster. This is your deal.
Your problema.
I ain't got nothing to do with it. My name's Bennett, and I ain't in it.
Yeah.
You better fix it. I just got to tell you, by the time I get home, after being a radio rock star, a plastic surgeon, and an attorney, I just going to tell you this. When I get home later today, that internet better be working.
Sure better.
Or I'm going to be mad as F.
Yeah,
I'll be level 10 Dan.
She'll treat her like an Uber driver.
Oh, yeah, that was a 4. I'll treat you like I did the guy on the phone call Friday night.
She does not want to be on the end of that kind of call.
So Elon Musk and Zuckerberg are saying that this fight's going down. And it's going to be broadcast on X. Well, if it's an MMA fight, Zuckerberg all day. Like, I don't even know why Elon Musk, who's not trained, I think in Brazil.
He is.
Is he in Brazil? Is it karate or is it Brazil? Okay.
All of it.
But Anna, what's the difference between judo? Isn't there a big difference between judo and jiu-jitsu?
But it's a mixed martial arts, so it's everything, right? Isn't that the fight?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
everything helps.
I got to tell you, as a purple belt, if Zuckerberg really has just not been,
he's a blue.
He's a blue?
Yeah.
Okay. So as a blue belt, if he's really earned his blue belt, and he's not just been expedited through the system.
And he looks freaking good.
Because of who he is. If he's really a blue belt.
Yeah.
That's somebody who's been doing it for at least 5 to 6 years.
Well.
And I mean, like, if he's got a tough judge, like from the Gracie school of things, great Rob Kahn, when he started the Gracie franchises, and Matt and everybody else, Matt Arroyo and the people that have Gracie franchises around here in Tampa, like the one reputation they have amongst all these people that do this sort of thing is they will underbelt you before they overbelt you.
Mm-hmm.
And meaning, like, if you truly qualify for a belt, you are like Rob would have. They go to tournaments. Anna, what's above a white?
Blue.
But what's above a blue?
Purple.
Okay, so Rob's blue belts would be beating other dojos' purple belts just because Rob's so strict on
That's the way to go.
So Zuckerberg's a blue belt.
Yeah.
Which is just above white?
Yes.
Okay, which is useless. And then what is
I'm telling you
musk?
right now. Hold on. I'm telling you right now. The average blue belt. Hold on. I'm telling you right now. The average blue belt at Matt Arroyo's place, Dan, would kick your because you're a white belt. You're just walking. A guy that's
I'm
walking.
a blue belt.
A guy that's walking around the road right now is a white belt. You're a white belt. A properly trained Matt Arroyo guy the same size of you that's a blue belt would kick your ass.
Yes, except that I'm not a white belt. So.
Well, what?
Yes, Bubba, you didn't know he's a black belt.
He's never trained a day in his life jiu-jitsu, but he's not a white belt.
You've never had one jiu-jitsu tournament or training. You've never rolled one time with anybody of any credence, and you're already declaring yourself not a white belt.
Well, and maybe in jiu-jitsu I'm a 0 belt, but in taekwondo I was a yellow belt, and I wrestled for 6 years.
I was going to defend you on collegiate wrestling at least.
So I wrestled
Dan knows how to
in high school and college. So I'd gladly take a blue belt.
Well, wrestling is one of those essential mixed martial arts. Wrestling, some of those
and
collegiate champions come and they do really well.
Hold on, and I'm Italian.
He's an Italian wrestler. Hey.
So, Dan, I would say, Dan, I would say,
bitches, come on.
I would
take
say,
your blue belt and shove it right up your ass.
I would say that you probably are comparable to a blue belt, maybe.
Of course,
maybe.
Dude. Again,
Of course.
He just first of all, put himself over. First of all, let's get to the real conversation here because it's not about me. It's about Musk and Zuckerberg. Elon Musk will take Zuckerberg and stick Zuckerberg's foot up Zuckerberg's ass and then laugh as he slams and paints the mat with his blood.
Dan.
Bubba, I sent you like a little height, and
he's been like that all morning.
No, he's been like that since Friday.
Over cable.
Belt away.
No, there's been a lot of stuff that you don't even know about.
More
Jay.
than that, I was there for that.
No, you weren't.
For the cable?
Not the other part.
Well, you don't tell me anything until I find out on the air.
It was a Friday night caper.
So tell me what happened.
No, hold on.
Let me. Right now.
I always find out right
now. I'll tell it, Dan, and I'll tell it so that nothing really gets out. Okay.
Okay.
So Jay, there's this guy that is maybe in now. Dan's a part of all kinds of professions, is he not?
Yes.
You're in the media, Dan.
Renaissance Dan.
You're a doctor. You're a lawyer, right? I mean, you're a coach. There's all types of different, things that you're part of. Well, somebody in one of Dan's pies of life posted something somewhere and kind of talked a little smack about Dan. Kind of like
you didn't tell me about this, Dan?
This guy was trying to defend himself. This guy did something wrong. And clearly did something wrong.
Is this someone that Dan would consider a friend?
No, not at all. Let me tell you.
A competitor?
No. So anyway, this guy talks a little smack about Dan, and Dan finds out about it. So Dan makes a phone call to said gentleman. And said gentleman took the post down, but Dan said he was a 10 on a 10 when it comes to yelling at this guy. When Dan finally got him on the phone. Dan said it literally, he was like spitting. He was yelling at him so hard that the entire family all made themselves quietly into their each individual bedroom and shut the door.
And you actually put the guy over. I mean, you win the battle and you don't tell me about it?
Yeah, well, I was done. It was Jay, if I told you about every
all
fight.
of his victories.
All my victories.
Dan, you got all,
all my victories.
Jay, you wouldn't even be a lawyer. You used to be counting Dan's W's all day.
Oh, my goodness.
How many W's I got to give you, man?
Jay,
he only tells me about the negatives.
Jay, you can only write down so many W's in 8 hours.
Where's Lummy to keep documentation of all this?
So anyway, Dan gets in a full-blown yippee-yo, and this guy's so freaked out and so scared of Dan. I mean, Dan threatens to kill him. Dan threatens to do all kinds of things to him. And this guy takes down the post and is probably still slept with one eye open all weekend long. Dan, is that a pretty good description as to what happened without really saying what happened?
Yep.
All right, well, here's the tale of the tape before I go into words. Zuckerberg versus Musk. Zuckerberg 39, Musk 51.
Okay.
There's a difference there.
There's a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, that's Edge Zuckerberg.
Okay.
Height 5'7" for Zuck and 5'11" for Musk, so that gives Musk a little bit of a reach advantage.
Yes. He's fighting a midget.
He's a 25.
Dan, I don't know that we can use that term.
He's not a dwarf.
Well, okay.
He's a small version of a normal
How about
proportion.
fighting a smaller dude?
Smaller
the
dude.
average height's about 5'8".
Yes, 5'9" is the average American height.
So they're right in there. You know.
He's got
Musk,
4 inches on him, which means he's got reach on him.
Musk is, a little bit above normal, and Zuck is average.
A little below average.
Weight, Zuck, a very slim and trim and probably in shape, 154 pounds. Musk, probably still in shape at 5'11" at 178.
I don't think he's
not some of those yacht pictures. They
Yeah,
look
he looks like he's at least 210.
I hope he's lost a little bit.
210. Let me, Anna.
Show the pictures. There's no way those pictures are 178 pound anything.
Yeah.
Well, these are renditions here. This is
no. The one on the yacht that we're talking about. Remember from a couple
where
years
he's
ago?
all pasty.
Yeah, that was a couple years ago, though.
That's what I'm saying. Hopefully he lost 20 pounds because, like Anna said, he's pushing 200.
One owns Meta, one owns Twitter. One's an American, one's a South African. Musk is worth $236 billion. Zuck's worth 103. Zuck has 3 kids. Musk has 9.
That's fine. What is the relevancy of that?
I don't know.
Because he's hard and he's got 9 kids. He can take more.
Companies own. Zuck owns 1, but has, obviously within that 1, there's a whole bunch of branches. And then Musk bona fidely owns 7 companies. One's trained in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and the other one's trained in karate, taekwondo, and judo. And to me, those 3
Karate's useless.
are kind of a joke compared to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the toughest form of that whole little world.
Boxing and wrestling would really help.
Yeah, but that wasn't even a word when I was in high school.
When he was a kid, all you could do is karate,
taekwondo
and judo.
Right, I understand. So, Dan, you're saying I'm saying Zuck.
I'm Musk, 100%. Musk is going to destroy him. Zuck is going to look stupid in this.
But I say a picture.
But now, what's the form? Is it going to be MMA? Is it going to be boxing?
I think it's MMA.
Matter. He'll win everything.
I don't know. I think it's probably going to be
if it's boxing.
Zuck.
If it's boxing,
yeah,
it's
that's not 178.
It's Zuck.
No,
I'm sorry,
178 on any world.
If it's boxing, it's Elon. If it's MMA, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, UFC style, then it's Zuck. Yeah, that's.
Well, Zuckerberg in that other picture said he's lost about 25 pounds since the yacht picture.
That's exactly what we said, Anna. Good call.
Yeah, nailed it.
Well, they
nailed it.
Now, is it gonna? They're saying it's happening, and they're saying it's going to be streamed live on Twitter. Why wouldn't Zuck say and Facebook? Like, why wouldn't you get that? Why would you give all of that exclusive content to Elon over there on X when you have a digital platform too?
Because he's already Elon Musk's bitch.
Is that what it is?
Well, Dan, thank you for the explanation.
Now I understand.
It was so simple.
Yeah, it was just so simple.
Yes.
Right. Jay, have you heard Dan's new song?
Yes. Not much to say in response to that. I hold myself to a much higher decorum than Dan.
Everybody be cool. You be cool. All the lawsuits in the world can't silence it. More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after these words.
If they were the same age, I would say Musk, but I think that age factor is really going to hurt him.
I don't think so.
I heard something very interesting today. Tristan Tate gave an interview to Tucker, and he was talking about this fight, and he said,
I want some.
He said, unless he commits to 6 months, 5 hours a day, he's not going to win. But if he committed, like you, if he did a Dan Diago, like Musk, if he committed, no, thank you. If he committed himself, like the kind of, he can't do 5 jobs and do 1 hour of training.
He has one job.
Go eat a
He only has one job. Musk's got all the jobs.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's got to act. If he committed to 6 months of training for this, Musk would probably take him.
Right there.
Is that the one?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I think
there you
Zuck's going to win.
Thank you, buddy.
Even though he has most of the things against him.
Offer your brother one.
I did. He said no.
Well, I don't think he has as many
He doesn't eat, does he?
responsibilities as many as businesses. You know,
I know.
Musk is running
He'll
so
have-
much
When you guys have family get-togethers, is he a picky eater?
He'll make more time.
Did you ever hear the interesting interview?
For real?
Musk was talking about.
He barely
when
eats.
was young
Steven
in
won't
South
stop
Africa,
eating.
He had to fight.
Jay barely
to
eats.
survive. Like He's like talking
Steven was
about,
like a vacuum.
he's like, I don't have
He'll
fake
stop
fights,
it.
basically. He's like, I've basically really fought.
And like Steven will start
But
with
that
like
was what,
fruit.
40 years ago?
He only ate a whole bowl of food.
Yeah, but you know the wrestling.
Like, you know,
stuff, and I
like
have
some people eat a bowl of ice cream. He ate a whole fucking bowl of
Have
ice
you
cream.
tried though?
Steve will?
Yeah, with my
Why
son.
his feet are orange? He eats so many oranges. He's got orange man.
I tried within the last like few
Dude,
years.
literally his skin is orange.
No, I really just think that age factor.
From eating oranges?
Bob, his feet are orange from eating oranges. Yeah. Not just walk around all the
Just
time.
the age factor. It was like he had you beat on weight, not on age.
Yeah. I think that makes a big difference.
Who gave those, Dan?
I know. Oh, nice. The caramel brownies.
Nice.
Not having food?
Maybe. I just can't. When someone puts a brownie in my face, I have to ask more questions before I just start eating them.
It's not a.
Yeah, I don't know what's on it. Dan
Not
was
one of
doing
those. You're not
niacin
gonna
the
start
other day.
hallucinating.
They could be niacin brownies for all I know.
Oh, shut up, Jay.
How do I know?
Come on, Jay.
He's talking shit.
Jay eats like a bird.
Look at me. I gained 10 pounds. I've been eating. Creatine.
Crazy a lot.
Shake in the morning.
Creatine.
It's made a difference.
I heard that just helps you retain water too, obviously.
But I've been working out as well as eating correctly.
Mm.
So the only thing I still haven't done great is sleeping. But it's a little
Still
better.
running in your sleep?
A little bit better. Trying with my diet.
last
Without the
night.
caffeine and the sugar after noon, I do much better.
Pee on her. Pee on her. Pee on her.
Stop. What the
Pee on
hell?
her. Pee on her. Pee on her.
Hi.
Pee, pee, pee.
Except that I can't touch your dog. It makes me kind of hurt inside my soul. I'm so sorry. Because I'm a dog guy, and your dog is so afraid of me.
Jay, did you hear that Dan got an Uber community strike?
Step on
Did he?
Yeah.
He should have. He's about to get a Spectrum. I heard him yesterday with that
He's
guy
caramel
too.
for caramel and the brownies.
Dan, are you gonna get a Spectrum strike?
No, fuck no.
Dan, are you gonna get a Spectrum strike?
If I wouldn't have been there, he would have.
Man, she really hates Jay.
She's just afraid of me. It's so weird.
Come on.
Where she pees.
Come
on.
Oh,
she likes you. But God forbid she likes me. Maybe I take my
She
glasses
was mean
off.
to Bella, too.
Let me take my
Let's go,
glasses
come on.
off.
Hello, baby.
She's very obedient.
Go to your dad.
She's trying.
Yeah, she is.
Come
She's cute as hell, though. I will say that.
Come on.
Let's go to daddy. Let's go to daddy. Come on.
She really likes you, huh?
I know. I'm the wiener whisperer.
The wiener whisperer.
Yeah.
That's a bliss.
Speak quietly into this wiener. Whisper into this wiener.
She wasn't nice to Bella.
They met?
I don't think they've met.
Oh, they met.
Oh shit.
And you didn't
Was Bella being nice?
Bella was super nice.
What are you about to show us? Is this you tying off and doing drugs?
I'm gonna show you if you shut the fuck up.
Oh, sorry.
That's what our next segment's gonna be.
Oh, my bad.
Obviously, none of you guys fucking pay attention to what I'm doing over on Facebook, so you would have known
Feeling
this.
you're a healthcare hero.
Diablo Dane, $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Diablo Dane. Taking an eye on some shit.
Hey, Dan. Come on quick. 30 seconds.
You got a minute.
I guess what it would be, can I get for powers?
I'm not your little fucking cunt, bitch.
Dan, what are you?
Oh, I just heard bitch.
Dan, what's going on?
He's just, we went outside to be
I'm not mad at
to
anybody.
be kayfabe, but then he comes back in talking about it, Bubba.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the details of it. I'm just talking about like.
As long as you weren't talking about that, as long as you weren't talking that way to Jay.
No, dude.
No, I wasn't yelling at Jay.
Man, you guys are just fucking.
That's Pretty heavy language, right?
That's
Dan farted.
very.
Oh, he did? But did you just drop one on her head when you went by her?
That was what he does, though. But they don't smell, as Dr. Dan says.
They don't smell to him. We need to get your nose.
Dan's a fucking wrecking ball. He's just
He's all mad and he just farted.
What's going on? Congratulations. There's no remorse and no regret associated with anything they do.
You are refreshingly vulgar.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Some guys are hung, they don't even need to brag. They know they're bigger than you. Dr. Dan goes outside, pees all over Lummy's rims. He makes sure you see his thing too. When he's gotta pee, he goes to pee. He shows his genitalia. He's bigger than Jay, he's bigger than Steve. He dropped his hammer on you. Dr. Dan wasn't born with a silver spoon in hand. He worked his way to the top, y'all. And when the taxman comes knocking on Bubba's door, watch out, Danny's got a golden gears on. When he's gotta pee, he goes to pee. He shows his genitalia. He's bigger than Jay. He's bigger than Steve. This is Dr. Dan Diaco.
You're probably like, listen, my penis is good enough. Penis.
It's a workout for your penis. It's warm.
Does it do it? Penis. Does
My
it do
penis is as tan as my chest now.
Penis.
My
Does it do-
penis is as tan as my chest now.
Penis. My penis.
It's warm.
Penis.
He's bigger than you. He's bigger than me. This is Dan Diaco. Dr.
See, the difference is if somebody made a song like that about Jay, he'd take me aside and be like, hey, that's funny and all, but can you take that down? Like, I really don't, like, I don't need that blasting. Like, please take it out. Dan's like, can I get a copy of it?
So I can add it to my mix.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
Don't forget today's after show will be an exclusive audio presentation that's available only at our podcast, in our podcast world, wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Google Play, Apple, iTunes, iHeart. Just type in Bubba Army Podcast, and what we do and say today will be up by noon. Now, Lummy says that we do videotape it, and you guys are now offering that on our locals page within the Rumble world.
Yeah, it's the locals. It will be live. So if you want to watch it live.
Oh, it's live?
Yes, it's live.
It's live every week on locals.
Don't like smart-assly giggle at me like this has been something that's been going on for a while. It's only been happening for like 2 weeks now. Am I right or wrong? This might only be the second time we've even done it.
I think this would be the
So
third
don't
time.
scoff at me, rat, you ginger red-headed scoffer. I'll turn into Dan around here and start cutting tens. So I'm in my recliner. This is how I roll. Dan, it's Friday, and I went and gave double blood red cells because that's
hence the purple strap.
Yep, that's hence the strap around my vein. And I talked to another dude. There was a bodybuilder dude in there, and his iron. I was watching him do his vitals, and his iron was high, and he was just going to do whole blood. I go, hey bud, have you ever thought about double red blood cells? He's like, no. So I went through the whole spiel, and because it's more healthy rather than if you're fighting. He was a lifter, Dan, and
if you're fighting too high of hematocrit, then the other thing is just peeing in the wind. You need to actually do the double red deal.
The little pint of whole blood that you give is nothing if you're trying to do it for health reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And they really, really covet double red blood cells more because it's more valuable. Like they try to upsell you, but not only half the population qualifies to give double, because you have to be high. It's male. Over 155 that has high iron.
By giving double red, it helps you, right? Get your levels back to normal.
It makes me more healthy, and they want it more than anything. So
Win-win.
And women tend to not be candidates for double red blood cells because they have a period every month and they don't have as much iron as men do. Men don't have a way to really kind of, I mean, Dan,
to release the iron.
I mean, I don't think your body is constantly making new blood until it needs to.
It's constantly making new blood.
It is?
You know why? Because the old blood cells peter out.
I know, but it doesn't make it a lot. Doesn't make a lot of it. Whereas, like when you suck all this blood out of my cells, my blood,
Well, it stimulates you to make more.
right. And so, a lot of people, I don't know if Dan comes from this background or not, is saying like if you give blood or you do double red blood cells, it's much like giving your body an oil change because your body has to produce that much more new blood.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of belief that that's healthy. And it certainly will when you're like me and you're hemochromatic. What's it called, Dan?
Hemochromatosis.
Yes, where I produce too many red blood cells, and if I didn't do this, I would literally die.
Get like a stroke or a heart attack or something.
My blood would be so thick it would be like maple syrup. It couldn't. And Dan, I don't think your heart can process that thick blood. Can you?
No, it's like it doesn't work.
Your heart's made to run on 1040, not straight 50 race oil.
Is viscosity too high?
The viscosity becomes too high.
Right.
It gets sludgy.
So anyway, I don't know if I have to. So I go give blood, Dan. I get back. It's like 3-4 o'clock on a Friday. I'm kind of I really don't have a lot to do. I'm going to maybe watch some TV. I'm in my little recliner. And I get a call, and it's a call that I don't recognize. And I just changed my number, so any call that I get, I take, because it's not any bail people for the most part. That's why I changed my number. I had a bunch of bail people looking after me. It's like American Express and stuff. So anyway, Dan, the threat to our democracy running for re-election. So I tell Merch Crick, hey, videotape this phone call. Because I think I don't know if it said Joe Biden. I think I might have said Joe Biden campaign on the caller ID. It might have said that. And listen, guys, I didn't. Sometimes you can't be Dan and just be a complete a-hole. You got to kind of rub somebody's belly and go along with them and have some common ground in order to get some content. In order to, I can imagine. Can you imagine Dan taking this phone call? Like, Dan, you don't have the ability usually to humor people. You just go straight out. I mean,
sometimes
you've not heard this.
I've done it before.
Here we go.
I've done it before, many years ago.
The threat to our democracy is real, and it's a battle for the soul of America, it seems. So
by the way, this woman is so good at reading her script.
She sounds automated.
That Anna, I do think that she's automated.
I would think so.
So I ask.
Are you real?
Yeah. Hold on here.
Forward with the real progress we've made in the first term. He did legislation on guns, helped create millions of new jobs, and made the largest commitment to combating climate change. And finally, the wealthiest corporations have paid their fair share of.
I'm just letting her spiel, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Dan, you would have cut a promo on this bitch right now, would you not?
No, I'd like to hear the whole spiel.
The name of you. And you're probably well aware, but the Biden Victory Fund has Joe Biden at the top and every Democrat running down the ticket. And we've got over 30 states this year with special elections. And
Now,
next year.
Am I talking to a real person, or is this a...
Yeah, I'm a live person. Oh, my gosh, what do I do to prove it? Anyway, I was going to ask if you could help us with $300 to help us keep...
Did you see how fast she rolled?
Right to there?
Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah, I am a live person. Give me 300.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I'm not... 300.
You're gonna show your nipples?
I don't even have enough money to support 300 a person that I want to win.
Can we change this to FaceTime?
300. What do you think? What do you think?
Touch yourself?
What do you think? You're calling a Diaco family? 300. I could probably barely scratch up 30 for you. That's if I liked your guy.
Moving forward.
Well, I'm really concerned about the Hunter Biden situation, to be honest with you. I would probably... I need to ask a few questions, and one is, what's up with this Hunter Biden situation?
Well, I'm not an attorney, so they're in the process of going through it all. I just know what you know.
Yeah,
pretty good answer.
Not in any secret meetings or anything,
but I mean, as an American, I think a lot of Americans are really, really, uneasy about the times that we're going through right now. Plus, listen, Joe's getting kind of old. He's falling down, and I just don't know if he's like, in the right mind.
Who else is there?
Well,
That's their answer?
I don't know. that's what I'm like. I don't have that.
See, I want to keep her on the phone.
It was really good, Bubba.
Yeah, I don't want to just go pro Trump. I want to keep her on the phone, Dan, as long as I can. So I want to be Johnny middle of the road kind of guy. I figure I'd get more out of her with that
answer. I'm not like trying to argue with you or nothing. When I'm trying to,
I know. I'm just along with you.
I'm not saying this to you because I have the answer. And they're like, I'm going to go for Trump or I'm going to go for this guy or not. No. Yeah. I'm just concerned that both candidates are. I think we need to have a rule like what was a guy on the Senate floor, McCarthy, who just froze up for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm McCarthy.
Wrong chamber.
Some of these politicians are just getting
way. And watch her bury this guy.
Way too old, and I think that.
Yeah, he had a concussion 3 months ago, so it's probably still hitting him.
Yeah.
But we got to get
she knows about
stepping
that.
up to the plate, and with all the criticism and attacking, and holy cow, it's just awful.
Holy cow.
Anyway, wow.
Well, I don't think I can. I just don't think I can get behind this at this point right now. I'm really
okay. I was going to ask if 200 was better, but
Jay, I feel like I'm dealing with one of your insurance adjusters.
She's an A+ negotiator. Wow.
I mean, right, Jay, you might want to hire her for the firm. She's like,
she could be on my pre-suit team.
She could. Listen to her. She transitions right into it too. Watch. Listen.
I don't think I can. I just don't think I can get behind this at this point right now. I'm really
okay. I was going to ask if 200 was better, but
Get her in here for $199.
That's it.
Trying to strip our voting rights and gut Social Security and Medicare and ban abortion nationally and throw people in jail.
Wow.
Hold on. Listen.
You hear that laundry list of stuff, Dan?
Yeah. Hold on, Jay. Wait till you hear what I come back with her on and just completely locks her up. Ready? Listen.
Here's what I want. I want more abortion and less immigration.
Right. I've never heard anyone say that platform.
Right. I mean, is there not anybody that doesn't agree with me? More abortion, less immigration.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, I'd almost vote on for a guy who had that platform.
I support it.
More abortion, less immigration.
What did she say?
Here we go.
See, I'm kind of like I'm the mixed up. I think that's the way most American. More abortion, less immigration. Regulate guns a little bit. Legalize weed. All that cool stuff. We're arguing. The women should have the right to do what they want with their body.
Oh yeah.
But I should also be able to go out and buy a handgun too.
Pro-choice, pro-gun.
By the way, Dan, this is performing so well on our Facebook, like it's blowing up.
Just good performance art, though, on your part. This is really good.
People are loving it. I want to be able to go to the abortion and the gun show. Right, Dan?
Definitely, yeah. You want both, best of both worlds.
I want to go to the gun show after the abortion to reward my girl with a brand new handgun. Mm-hmm. We made it through it. Here you go. Here's a pink, desert. Here's a pink Desert Eagle. And I don't have to wait because I got my card. Here we go.
You'd be able to. I mean, Second Amendment. We're conditioned. And I know that you're working for the Biden campaign, and I really appreciate you working for him and doing your part. But can't you see that they're conditioning all of us to be mad at each other? They are both sides. Both sides are conditioning us as Americans to be mad at the other side,
which is true, by the way.
Rare side of Bubba is the voice of reason here.
We can't even have constructive conversations anymore. We can't even argue. We can't even disagree. It ends up into a big shitstorm.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, I know. We all went through our whole lives and not even knowing.
No, like when you and I were growing up, like when you and I were growing up, if you liked Clinton and I liked the other guy, we could be like, okay, I get you on that one. Or, let's
finish our run. Okay.
So how about 100?
Yeah.
Oh, Jay, don't think it ain't coming.
No.
Oh yeah.
I got 100 out of you.
Yeah, or like one of the most adversarial ones ever, Jimmy Carter, and he wasn't doing so good. But people that supported Ronald Reagan, they didn't go and they weren't mad at people that liked Jimmy Carter. They just made a change. We not saying we need to make a change, but we can't even talk about change in this country without hating each other. We just absolutely automatically want to cancel the other guy out. Boom. You're wrong. You're stupid. You don't like him. So anyway,
this could go viral.
I wish you Biden people. I'm thinking. You know what I'm going to do is I think
Here we go. This is what I'm going to do. Listen.
Just going to. I might sit this one out. I really am. I think we're that screwed.
Well, God, just vote somewhere. Holy cow. I don't know what.
Is she from
I'm just
Fargo?
I'm not
Holy
gonna,
cow.
All right. I'm not going to venture.
Well, but I'm certainly not trying to be. I'm certainly not trying to be disrespectful to you either. I don't want you to think that.
I know you aren't. I'm supposed to. My last question is, could you help with $100?
They won't get. Jay, they won't give up.
3, 2, 1.
I think I know your answer. I was listening, but that's my last question.
No, I cannot, and but I really, more importantly, I really
25?
appreciate your professionalism and sitting through my little diatribe, and I wish you the best on your fundraising today.
Well, I'll pass it along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to us all.
Yes, ma'am.
Country.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Anyway, that was my Friday. That was the excitement of my Friday right there.
Was that the same time that text thread was going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you were sitting there bored.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
I don't normally get like 40 from you in
I was
in
full
half
hot.
hour. You know what I mean?
Well, then after this, I was given some information that got me full hot, and I had a three. I had a 3D I had a
group text.
I had a Dan, Steve, Jay, me.
Oh.
You know,
whoa,
attorney-client
yeah,
privilege communication,
work product,
yeah.
And we were all going back and forth. I finally flipped them all. And you know what? Here's the thing. Here's my thing. Steve flipped first.
He did.
And Steve, who's usually the one, like Johnny Shutdown, Steve is the first one to be like, yeah, let's go for it. I was like, whoa, were you guys kind of taken back by it?
And you were the actual voice of reason.
Yeah, kind of. Well, I mean, you guys could see my vision at the time. But when I got, hold on, I remember turning to the crick and going, Steve, I thought would be the last one, and he's like, yeah, full steam ahead if you want. And then Jay comes in.
I did too.
And then Dan
pretty quick.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
Well, nothing happened.
Not yet.
I'll have to tell you. We'll have to have a group meeting.
Okay.
Maybe we can have one right now.
Okay.
Let's have one right now.
Someone just spin him like a simpleton.
God, you guys are imbeciles.
Listen. More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after these words.
We have to have a meeting on it. You can't hear it. It's going to have to be outside, triple fucking secret location.
Yup.
Oh, out here, man.
What a bunch of goons.
MC 69, good morning. Send the Bubba Army pics@gmail.com. All your Bubba Army swag. Wednesday, Yoko Club. 75. Let me get our rumble here. Oh yeah, super good. They're big lunger. Riz.
42.
Usually, yeah, about 15, 20 years. Why do you say that? Polio Joe?
Polio Joe. What the hell, Carlos Clown?
What was that, bro? His, Riz.
What it is, was,
I only see his one in chat.
There's not much in the way to, like, how do you justify that?
Yeah, get blown off that many times. Wow.
Ice.
Polio Joe. Eating ass. Thank you, everybody.
Amber.
Lummy John Castica, 100 on the piss, Al.
Thank you, John Castica. You're the man. Thank you so much.
Amber. Got my shit.
Time to draw the line. Welcome to new levels of insanity and depravity.
Yeah, we're talking about
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The Diaco switchover, I think the 830 switchover out by 9 is going to be far more user-friendly for Dan's office. I think it'll make Jen in a happy mood. And we actually get that much more time with Jay, who's a more reasonable and high man. Just when, so listen to this, Anna. Dan is such a beast that, that we're out there having a pretty important meeting.
Mm-hmm. A little powwow.
Yeah, a little powwow. kind of just talking about Friday and moving forward and what we're doing.
It's a real conversation about real stuff. I mean, honestly.
Right. So it's me and Jay shoulder to shoulder. Then Dan's facing us, and he just starts farting. Like
you're an old man and you don't know it's coming, and it sounds a little wet and moist.
And tries to play it off like it's no big deal. And me and Jay deal with it for a little bit, but then he rips another one. And Jay's like, "Really, dude? like really? Like we're having a conversation and you can't hold it in?"
Dan gets mad if you call him out on it too, kind of.
And then he starts shaking his cheeks like he's got to air it out. It was disgusting. And he's doing this thing. I was like, it was.
Jay called him out. Jay called him out. And he's like, "Hey, now not only do you fart on us, but now you're wiggling it out too, bitch."
Exactly. Bubba and I both instinctively stepped back 2 feet behind the yellow parking
knowing
stop.
we only had and Dan, that disruptive mother effer, knowing that we only have a certain amount of time to get all this information in, and
Bubba's just about ready to get to the punchline, and Dan's
and then he just sits there like it's no big deal.
It looks at us like, what are we actually saying? We're bothering the meeting. We're stopping the meeting.
John Kostika loaned me $100 on the PayPal Venmo Cash App.
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
PayPal Venmo Cash App at the Bubba Army.
That's so funny.
Appreciate you guys. A little bit of a slow day today.
Nuh-uh. You got sniped. That Joe Supermarket got there was a $300 snipe right there.
That helps.
Yeah, you're right on that.
That was pretty good.
Did you watch the Jake Paul?
I did, but I was getting ready to go to bed on Saturday night, and my son had it on his phone, and so I jumped in bed with him, and we watched it. It was hilarious.
I thought it. So you have been part of you've been part of on a couple different things. One, where you guys invested in a boxer, and two, then where you guys would put on the promotions. So you're very, very. You were the ring announcer, and your family was the money behind training this guy. And you guys had
I know what the question's going to be.
Got the guy on HBO. The guy had a real chance. So you know the boxing world inside and out.
I should have been watching it on my own, and I should have known about it, but I did watch it nonetheless.
But yeah, and you know about.
I watched all the other ones.
You know about the boxing industry,
absolutely,
from head to toe, including the business end of it,
and a little bit of MMA because Steven was involved in Hector Lombard and one of the biggest contracts in UFC history at that point, and so we've been around the boxing game and the fight game for decades.
Whatever happened to Hector?
He still does some fighting. He's got a very active social media, and I think he may do some fighting still, and I think he actually may do some training. He's still a friend of the family. We love Hector. Hector's the man.
So I watched I watched all 10 rounds, and I thought it was fake. I thought that Diaz just set him up to look good, and then knew in order to save a little face, he had to come back on the latter rounds and show maybe just half of his skill set on what he could have done. From round one, and to me, I don't think this bettered Jake Paul's cause.
No, he lost the last fight, and then he barely beat this fight.
What's he got now? Oh, nice left from Jake. That was a big shot. Yeah, it was. It hurt Nate. Nate's on the back foot early up against the ropes.
Like that. That is not the Nate Diaz that I saw absolutely make Conor McGregor his bitch. I mean, did he not? One of the greatest of all time, Conor McGregor, mostly on the PR.
On 2 weeks notice, because the guy that was supposed to fight fell out, and he took the fight, and he came in, he beat the hell out of him. It was unbelievable.
Really, the first person to really beat up McGregor.
Yep.
And I don't know why he's not messing around. Look at that. That's set your chin up all day. Watch. Look.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like a good swing. It looks like a half-ass swing.
Nice little slip right there. Counter hook. Okay. I see you, Jake. Fundamentals of boxing right there.
This is also why weight classes exist. He is grotesquely outweighed by Jake Paul, and he can take every one of those shots that other people haven't been able to take. And if you look at the Tyrone Woodley case, that guy was one of the biggest, most aggressive fighters in the UFC, a beast. And when he takes his shot, you see his hand go down. I don't know. These are exhibition fights. Nothing's on the line.
Yeah.
And so these are to be entertaining. And so it was entertaining, but I think Diaz could beat him, personally. I agree with you.
I think Diaz, if he goes in there and tries to 100% of his ability, that he knocks Jake Paul.
Yeah. He's not a boxer, by the way. He's a jiu-jitsu guy, like Anna. You know, that's
yeah,
what he does.
I'm a jiu-jitsu guy.
Just fading away.
But he's a scrapper.
Drop that hook right there. What did
he's
I
a
say?
dog.
And that wasn't even like. That's the hardest part of your head.
Yeah.
That's the hardest. I don't know that.
That's not a temple shot. That's a forehead shot.
Look.
Yeah.
Like that. Lummy, you get a pair of gloves and you can literally hit me as hard as you want, right?
He stops.
There, and it's not going to drop me.
No.
Right there. What did I say? The temple. That's where Nate Diaz is soft at. The temple drops him.
I'm soft on the temple. Is that what?
That was not on the temple, by the way.
Right here. This is just called a fadeaway hook. Boom. Right there.
Man, it's a solid shot.
No time limits kind of fighter, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
He'll get to you eventually if you let him.
If this is a 12-rounder or a 15-rounder, Diaz wins.
10 rounds before.
I'd love to see Jake Paul get in with, even though he's 57 or 58, Mike Tyson.
Yeah. Let's see that fight.
Yeah, I mean, because I've seen Mike Tyson, and when he, he goes through phases of being in shape and really training hard, and then just getting high and doing this podcast. And right now he's on the ladder. But when he really, remember when he was going to fight? Was it
Vander Holyfield?
Yeah.
He looked amazing.
I mean, he looked amazing.
The only thing is, in my mind, I think it's hard for me to believe that Nate Diaz would throw something because he's such a warrior. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
He was in our box one time last year. We were doing shots with him. He was a super cool guy. He's exactly off the stage like he is on the stage, on the mat. I mean, he's just a normal guy.
Yeah, but
from a poor area of California.
But hold
he
on.
just represents the average guy.
But you're going to tell me right now, with him being at the highest level of jiu-jitsu, which includes our MMA, him having been a champion at the highest level of MMA, which includes having a little bit of a stand-up game, or at least a stand-up.
He's not known for being a striker.
No, I know that, but to be just to even be on the highest level of MMA, you have to have a respectful stand-up game. And watch these punches. These are not learned or trained punches at all. Just watch.
Pressure from Nate Diaz.
Those are good uppercuts, though, Bubba. Because that's the thing. He stopped, though. See, that's where I think he could have kept going. You see those 2 uppercuts in a row? He makes him step back. Those right hooks are weak.
Diaz is so good at winning the moral victory here.
See, I'm thinking this just makes it look like Nate threw it when he comes in towards the last. I think they're like, listen, you gotta try these last 3, or people are not gonna be like, it's all a big work.
Well, they're supposedly
Hulk Hogan might as well be in the back, calling the shots.
Yeah.
Supposedly they're gonna do it again and sucker us again into a pay-per-view.
Well, they're supposed to do an MMA one now.
Oh, that's not even.
Now, wouldn't you like to see him fight him MMA style? Because there was a couple times.
Going into Nate Diaz's antics. He's trying to stay in the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to appreciate Jake's professionalism.
The respect of the MMA world with this performance. Nice uppercut from Jake Paul, but Diaz.
I don't think he threw it. I think he fought too late.
There's your guillotine.
There's he right there. He would have choked him out.
So anyway, this is.
Ringside, David Yakabuchi scores about 97 to 92. Judges David Sutherland and Chris Migliore both scored about 98
They had some dime pieces for ring girls, did they not?
to 91. All 3 in favor of the winner, the problem child, Jake Paul.
Do you see his brother come out there? He's in his costume from the WWE. Look at his black eye. See that?
Yeah.
Because he's making real money doing that stuff too.
I think they're all making real money.
Yeah, they're all making real money.
They are.
But did you see the baseball fight? No, I mean that was a little bit better.
Did you send it to me?
Yeah. It's quick.
What was it? The
Tim Anderson and Ramirez from the Cleveland Guardians. I just sent you pretty much the whole fight when he got knocked out.
This is it right here?
Oh,
Yeah.
snap. This is this weekend?
Yeah.
Now hold on, that's 2 dudes really putting them up, is it not?
Put your dukes up.
mean, that's two dudes that's really putting him up. Let me see. Is there any sound on this, Lummy?
I don't think
there's any sound.
Not. Oh, you could have got him, but
yeah.
Oh, misses.
No, okay.
Oh, he got him right in the jaw.
No.
Yeah, he knocked him
Look at
out.
him. He got him right in the jaw.
Oh man, that guy's a paper tiger. If he went down with that.
Let's see it again. Hold on.
Hold on.
Come on.
He would have connected on one of them.
Yeah.
Right there.
Ramirez kind of got. I mean, because look, it's one against four here.
That's
No
true.
doubt. No doubt.
I mean, for real.
And then look, he gets this boink. Oh, wow.
No one caught him. Bye.
Yeah, he got knocked out.
Right
He
here.
did?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Tim
that's
Anderson. Yeah.
What a paper chin.
Well, that's the
knock you
knockout
out.
shot. That's the knockout shot for a normal human being.
For real?
Yeah, you get him in the chin, you get him in the temple for real. Yeah,
It wasn't even
they go
looking,
down. Boink. I mean, look
hardly.
at that. It's right in the sweet spot.
Throwing
See ya.
haymakers.
He did that with his entire body, blind.
Yeah.
Watch this. I mean, he takes that shot. His fist is like at the ground. Look at where his fist is. Watch.
And especially punching down
Right
would have
here.
been really effective if he connected. But
Dude, he
didn't.
started that from way back past his hip.
So let me. Is everybody calling the guy from the White Sox a paper? I mean, you know,
yeah,
are they
pretty much. Yeah.
clowning him?
Oh yeah, big time.
He looks like he's bigger too, is he?
Yeah, he's bigger.
This is.
This was crazy.
This is
now,
nuts.
now who? I didn't even.
I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah, like
He's got a couple million followers or something.
6
Yeah.
million subscribers on Twitch.
Okay, so 6 million subscribers on Twitch. Is he
Yeah.
a gamer?
Must be.
I think
Union
so, yes.
Square, leading to 65 arrests
I think
and
we've talked about
multiple
it before.
injuries.
You are ordered to disperse.
They threw cones, they threw
There's
chairs.
right here. I think this is it right here.
It's nuts what kids do
My
these
name
years.
is Barbara.
These days.
And, you like. So was he gonna make this guy has you said 6 million followers on Twitch?
Yeah.
And what was he?
He was going to do a giveaway, like a PS5 giveaway,
Yep.
and just a bunch of people showed up, and a riot ensued.
But he really was giving those things away. It wasn't like he pretended to give it away.
Yeah.
He said, "Come out here, and I'm going to give away free stuff."
Yeah.
All right, now are they
gift
going
cards
to
and
hold him?
PS5s.
Are they going to hold him liable?
Yes,
Sounds
they
like
arrested
they're
him.
trying to.
But like, if he didn't say come out here and start wiling, and he just said come out here and maybe win a brand new PS5.
They just want to put the blame on somebody.
I mean, I don't know where. I don't know.
It would be like you two shooting that video back in the day, and there being a riot down there, and them saying, "Oh my God, you guys are charged with a riot because you had an impromptu concert somewhere and people wanted to see you." It's a guy with 3 million followers. People have a chance to see him. Now, I don't condone any of this. I just don't think he's responsible for anything. For simply posting.
As long as he didn't incite people to
No.
fight, and he just
did
said,
not.
He didn't.
And he just said, "Hey, show up at GameStop, Times Square,
Right.
and I got 5 PS5s that I'm handing out." And that's all he said.
That's it.
And
That's it.
this many people showed up because he's that effing popular.
Correct.
It's not his fault.
That's crazy.
I just can't believe that this is the way, because they said half of the arrests were under 18, which this is the way our youth think it's okay to behave.
Yeah, true. That's the problem.
That's a lack
That's
of parenting. I've heard you
scary.
say all the time, Bubba, what's the problem? It's a lack of parenting.
That's super scary.
I mean, like if
a
me
mosh pit.
and Larry Plummer are going down to see our favorite guy downtown, and the option is to get part of this madness and fight and be disrespectful, or just go home on your bikes. We would just go home on our bikes because we wouldn't want to get in trouble from our. I mean, my dad would kick.
Daddy Joe.
Yeah. Daddy Joe, can you come get me? Where are I'm in the
Doug Clem?
I'm in the St. Pete jail for fighting. You know what Doug Clem would say? Well, you're going to stay there till I,
Stay there overnight. I'll get you in the morning, kid.
Get used to
That's
it.
what my dad would have said. I wouldn't want to be in the middle of
This
that.
woman here looks like she's handcuffed. Right there.
Where, oh.
I mean, like.
Yeah, there were a lot of arrests.
Kids just go.
But I don't understand why they arrested him.
Did they?
They did. They arrested him,
I thought
and
they're
they
trying to charge
said they're trying to charge him with inciting a riot.
Unlawful assembly.
And how is that? Unlawful assembly and inciting
he didn't
a
have
riot.
permits. It didn't seem like this was.
I don't
didn't
think he
seem
had
like they
any
had a plan to be very organized at all with this.
The whole thing is any crime has an intent. Do you think this guy intended to do this?
No. This
Of course
guy's
not.
intent was clear. I got X amount of games I'm handing out.
I want to get some clicks and some views, and some of my people can come see me, and that's what the whole nature of social media is.
New York-
Self-promotion.
A New York PD spokesperson said that the video game streamer, was it Kai?
Yep, Kai Cenat.
Has been charged with riot, inciting the riot, and unlawful assembly. They added that he was issued with a desk appearance ticket that will require him to appear at court later today. He was removed from the area for his safety after thousands, mostly young people, descended.
You hear that, though? He was removed from the area. Think that was voluntarily? I think he was taken away by the police. Who's pretty sure what happened.
65 arrested.
No, he was like
he jumped in a car.
Saved out of the crowd.
I mean, by his own people, or by the police?
And by the cops.
I think because I think the cops took him directly from there to the station for questioning.
It shows in the video of them, not in this one, but in the video above, of the cops like basically crowd surfing him out and then removing him.
Right, back to the police station.
Yeah.
Not to his hotel.
Yeah, not at the top of the article. Yeah, that video.
I played this one earlier.
I mean,
Kelly
it's like a
Blue Book
3-minute
Instant Cash
video.
Offer is an official offer to buy your car. Just enter your vehicle ID information.
Enter Gus,
answer a
sell
couple
them
questions.
immediately.
No.
Offer to sell it or trade it.
Jay, I saw I was reading some kind of car deal where your other car, your formerly gold-rimmed car, is like one of the coolest cars to have right now.
Charges filed against a social media star for allegedly sparking a massive riot in Manhattan's Union Square, leading to 65 arrests and multiple injuries.
You are ordered to disperse.
They threw cones, they threw chairs. Police charged influencer Kai Cenat with inciting a riot and unlawful assembly. He avoided the spotlight while being released from custody.
Everybody for themselves. There's a war out there, man.
And now, for the first time, we're seeing how the event unfolded for Cenat.
Where the park at?
In a live stream of his arrival in Union Square, where it was police that had to save him from the very mess.
And what made this guy so popular? Like what?
Twitch.
I think he must be a gamer if it's on Twitch. I would assume.
He's not really a gamer.
2 days before the incident,
his pranks and challenges that he does on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
YouTube and Twitch, and it looks like he makes like $24,000 a month for his sleep streams.
For his what?
Sleep streams.
So he just sleeps on camera?
Yeah, he makes about $285,000 a year.
I'd be so good at
For
that.
just sleeping?
Yeah.
I'd be the worst at that.
Yeah.
I'd be the best at it. Like, man, look at that fat ass with his mouth wide
Why'd
open.
we take all this ambience, you guys, in 3 days?
Posted online that he was going to be holding a giveaway.
We gonna ask y'all random questions, bro. If you get it right, boom, you get a PS5, just like that.
A promise of gaming consoles, gear, and $100 gift cards.
All MTA trains and all that go there. I know y'all not in school yet, so clear y'all schedules.
Cenat posting this to his 6.5 million followers on Twitch, a live streaming service mainly for gamers, where he ranks as one of the most subscribed users of all time and has around 15 million followers across all social media. The NYPD saying the crowds, made up of mostly underage kids, went from unruly to violent fast.
Oh, God.
They destroyed food carts. They destroyed stores.
Street artist Franklin Casera says he was too close for comfort.
But I saw people fighting around me. I saw two guys pushing. They went down my stop, so I was really scared.
Leaving a cyber celebrity to...
I was really scared.
That's the way my grandmother used to speak.
Now in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons.
So I got some very strong opinions
George
on this.
joins me now from Union Square Park in New York. George, are we hearing anything from the social media star?
I mean, this is Jose
Cenat's reps say they're cooperating fully with authorities. In a statement they just released, they say they are disheartened by the disorderly conduct and they do not condone the behavior.
I mean,
Jose?
If this was for a cause that they liked, like pro-choice or anti-gun or anything like that, no one would have gotten arrested for organizing this. All he did was try to have a giveaway. You know me, I always want to defend people on the First Amendment. And, you know, I want to defend the guy's right to go I may be super, super popular. If I'm, let's see, Beyonce. And I'm going to go do something and have a giveaway. Am I responsible for that? For people being, unruly? No.
I mean,
I don't think he's responsible for people being unruly unless he said, let's go wild.
Right. And the only way you would be responsible is if you say, when you get there, I want you to kick in windows and overturn cop cars.
Right. He said,
act
when you
like
get
complete
there,
wildin'.
I'm going to ask you questions. And if you get it, bam,
right.
You get it. I mean, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong is the fact that our youth are a bunch of animals. And they should, instead of arresting this social influencer, you should be maybe arresting or talking to the parents of the kids that decided it's okay to kick cop cars overturn cop cars, like just act completely. I mean, don't they have the same problems when they have spring break in Miami?
Yep.
Yes.
They have the same problems.
Yes.
Where a big, group of teenagers or spring break people go up and down, Miami Beach and just
cause problems.
Yeah. There's shootings and today's youth cannot, for the most part, gather peacefully.
There's a lack of parenting, and I'm just going to say on both sides, moms and dads, because if you're a mom and you're without a dad, my mom was brutal on me. And so, single mom households
and you were the baby.
I was the baby.
Steve took, don't even tell me what Steve took.
Right. I mean, I know and I'm not a perfect dad, but I know where my kids are. I know what they're doing. I know who they're hanging out with. And if I don't like what's going on, it's squashed. There's no way my kids are doing something like this. If one of your
kids was mixed up into this situation, there'd be hell to pay.
He would be at Admiral Farragut at boarding school or in jail because I'd call the cops on him. He knows I'm not to be
and that's only what you do him. Well, your wife isn't even you're not even the most heavy. You're not even the most heavy-handed parent.
On the way to Admiral Farragut, he may get a cut of the Achilles.
Your parents come to you to calm her down, don't they?
Yes.
Dad, mom's insane. She's ready to kill me.
And to his defense, we don't have to go there a lot because he knows to respect himself and respect his family, respect his father. And so he's not going places wilding like this. It's just not happening. He's not going to start fights. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to say something my kid did. I was so proud of him this weekend. He was with friends, and they were at a restaurant.
By the way, Jay's son is named Trey, and he's 16 years old.
And so I
want to give some backfill as to when you say your son, what we're talking about here.
So he says, I'm going to go hang out with the guys, and we're going to go do this. And I said, that's cool. And so he comes home a little early. And I said, what happened? And he said, one of the kids was making some really stupid jokes that made me uncomfortable, and he said something inappropriate about a homosexual woman. And he was so uncomfortable with it that he got up and left, and the woman from the bar went over to him and gave him a man hug and said, thank you so much. It's nice to know there's still good kids out there. And so my son removed himself from a situation just because he knew it didn't feel right. And I'm so proud of him.
Well, that's because he's been raised the right way. And I would say that.
And one of the kids
50%.
said, oh, she looks like Steve-O. It was like so rude and out loud and where everyone could hear it, including her. And my son was just, this is, he just knew his internal instinct came and he walked it off. And I'm so proud of him for that.
That was
Good
nothing.
job, Trey.
What a good, because he's got a good, but 50% of those kids would have stayed there.
They all did.
And
2/3 of them did. Only one other kid left with my son.
And what? Continued to, berate her?
I don't know. They don't know. I don't think so. I think them leaving had an effect on it, and
that maybe that shut it down.
Yeah, but only one other kid left with him. He went over to the waitress, gave her $20 for a $10 meal, and said, "I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed, I'm leaving." And she said, "It's okay."
Good for your boy.
I'm proud of him.
Been raised up.
Because you know what? We live in a society where people, may think it's okay to make fun of gay people or not. And, and it's not okay. And you may have your own feelings about traditional marriage, but that doesn't mean if you're pro something doesn't mean you're anti something as well. Everything's not binary.
Here's the deal, man.
I'm pro nuclear family for everybody because if you have a nuclear family, then you have a father and a mother or a father and a father or a mother and a mother, but two people that are involved in the rearing of a child. It's so imperative because one person can't do it. It takes a village. It takes two people to assist in the proper rearing of a child. It can't be done alone. It's it can be done. It's very, very difficult.
When we return, WWE's first. Now, I was kind of taken back by this story, Anna, just because and by the way, I'm not judging this person at all, Gabby Tuft, but Gabby Tuft used to be a man.
Yeah.
And used to be a pro wrestler for Vince McMahon.
Yep. Yes.
And went to, I think, a WWE event.
Yeah.
Gabby is no longer wrestling, hasn't for a while, missed it. And a lot of times when me being kind of in that world with Hogan back in the day, that one of the things when WWE comes to town or some of the old timers come backstage, they're always welcomed. And they're always welcomed. and they hang out with the boys and say hi, and maybe they'll watch the matches from back from the gorilla position. They'll say hi to Vince. They'll say hi to Triple H, but that's kind of like the old school tradition.
Yeah.
So this is the first person that left as a man and is returning back as a woman to an event at Madison Square Garden, and I guess Vince said no.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
So, as a transitioned woman, she's trying to get into the men's locker room?
I don't know.
No, I think it's just backstage.
That's what I mean. It says,
Yeah.
like, was blocked from going backstage. Okay, I thought it was like the men's locker room.
No,
Do
no,
they
no,
let-
just
Well, they're
backstage.
probably like, listen, Tyler Rex was a former WWE star. I don't know who, Gabby Tuft is.
And here's the deal. And it probably made some of it might make some of the current wrestlers on the roster uncomfortable. Right?
Yeah.
Like, don't try to shove this down everybody's throat. If this is your thing, great. Continue doing it. You have the right to do it. Oh, my God. I mean, you've really made a pretty unbelievable transition. We'll get into that next. But know that it freaks some people out. And that's not being rude. That's just being real. Like, some people can't handle this. And if they just are polite about it and leave it and they keep it to themselves, that's fine. But when you enter into their world, it's you that are entering into their world. They have the right to be uncomfortable about
Well, maybe
it.
they do it just because they don't. I mean, if you're a former WWE star, does that mean you get backstage no matter what? Or do some people, they're like, nah, you were a jabroni, you're not coming in?
Yeah, usually no matter what, you get backstage.
Really? Okay, that's why I'm asking.
Usually, yeah. We'll break this down next.
Bubba the Love Sponge? Hell yeah.
I love them all, man. They're all great. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Come on, Jane, on our meeting.
Can I pee or?
Yeah, you can pee. We always go outside for our meetings.
All right.
Our meetings are outside.
Sorry.
Let me, if I'm not back by a minute, come get me.
All right.
Sorry. I have to make your. My legs are itchy.
Straight touch Earl is back, everybody. Made a rare appearance at the end. Pooped out the black tube. We got enough water in there now. Saw a little figure kind of shoot out. It looked like a little turtle. We're gonna go to the police. And they popped out. He doesn't get to watch it during the breaks. He doesn't. Here. And the demon duck hasn't been there either, but yeah, I mean, it should be cool enough for cod. Deep enough. With the seaweed, where you're saying coming up. Joe, good morning. Good mugshot, good morning. Yeah, but when he gets back in there, well. Gator. Good morning, DDP for life.
Lawyer, stud. But it's just funny how they try to joke everybody.
Oh, you're getting to be more trustworthy because I used to come to you and grab and you go.
Now you got like out there, John Laura, over the weekend. Yeah, okay, that's Habibi.
How are you
Her
doing?
name is. She's
Good.
the
She's
PR.
fuck, but good.
He's my buddy.
What'd you say?
He's
She's fuck, but good.
The New York.
Good. Hey, honest to God, that stuff that Dan said,
I'm gonna get it right after.
it works like a motherfucker.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Bubba, did
All
you see,
moms know. What?
Did you see the
I can't even see. Lummy, the day trader over there.
Yeah.
What, Lummy?
Did you see the Kyle Larson finish?
No.
An Ironman, I believe it was. I sent you the video of the finish. I guess it was really good. On dirt racing. Good morning over there from Nebraska.
Did you send it to me, I am?
Yeah. I'll send it again. Just on someone's like short TikTok thing. Nebraska. Is he doing which case is he doing?
He's doing the January 6th case. The big one.
Fucking greatest of all time.
Pretty badass. I don't really know.
He's a fucking absolute fucking beast. He's an absolute fucking beast.
The Love Sponge.
Broadcasting from a bricked-in parking garage near the flight path of a major American airport. It's time to turn out the propaganda and manipulate some minds. Now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I think I saw this over the weekend, but I'm glad you brought it to my attention. As Jay is a racer, Jay races mostly Sebring.
Mostly Sebring, but my membership at the Enclave here just opened, so we'll be going there, Bubba. You can go there anytime with me.
When does is the Enclave built, done, ready to go?
The track is complete. They have, I would say 2/3 of the garages are done. We closed on ours last week, went and did a on track. Like, we went around with the guy that built it. It was incredible.
Now, is that where you guys are going to store your race cars?
Yeah.
And then you store them there and then race them and drive them there. But also, if you need to transport them to Sebring, you got that option now as well.
Yeah, we have a 48-foot trailer.
Do you think this cuts your Sebring trips in half?
Absolutely. I haven't gone a lot in the last year and a half, 2 years.
I mean, if you can do that here, just do it here.
Right, and then you can just do it without having the whole setup and breakdown, which you know as someone who traveled around and did a lot of racing with pit crews and, you know, support vehicles and the redheads and trying to get the fuel. And I mean, it's just everything, your tires, everything. It's all going to be right here.
Yeah, I mean, if you just pull up to your garage.
I'll still have Terry come around, except there'll be one person.
If you just got to pull up to your garage, I got to jack it up, put 4 new tires on, then you go. That's fine. You didn't have to carry those tires in a semi all the way from Tampa along with the car, then buckle the car back down. When you're done, you just pull it in, turn it off, and walk to your car.
Yeah. Pretty excited about it. It's pretty neat.
Probably, I mean, there's costs involved in transportation and all that kind of stuff. This might end up, saving you money.
It will, believe it or not, because just getting Terry, Corey, Matt, and whoever the fourth person was, it was oftentimes, it was a few different people, but
getting a crew,
hotel rooms, the truck, the trailer,
the fuel, the food,
every, give them like basically a daily, per diem. I don't want them walking around the place, not buy lunches, buy dinners, buy everything, buy fuel. Fuel's expensive as heck. These cars are thirsty. So it's going to, and also Sebring is one of the most difficult tracks on a vehicle because
I just got a text. Sumo says, guess who Jay needs to let drive his car?
Who?
Tony.
I would.
Would you?
In a second. Absolutely, I would.
Oh my God, wouldn't that be cool?
Absolutely. Yes.
If I brought Tony to the Enclave, would you say, Tony, get in?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Without hesitation, I would let him drive any of my cars.
And you are notoriously stingy with your car.
Well, I don't let anyone drive it unless you can write a check for it.
Right.
The only person I ever let drive one of my cars at a track was a very successful doctor. He's now a very, very good driver, but he'd never driven anything like that. And so Danny came and whispered in my ear because he had a bad track day. All his cars were breaking. Will you let this guy drive? And I'm like, have him come over to me. And I said, if you wreck it, here's the price. I don't want to hear you're going to get it fixed. He said, this is the price.
It's called a crash clause.
Right. And he said, cool. And so I let him drive it.
Man, can you imagine also, but the scuttlebutt amongst the Enclave is that, hey, did you know that Tony Stewart drove Jay's Porsche 965 8444? It's more likely. It'd be interesting to see what kind of, when he was in NASCAR, Tony was like one of the best road course guys.
They have an off-road course there too, though, Bubba. They have a dirt course that's 1.6 miles at Enclave.
And what I'm saying is, like when NASCAR goes to road courses, like Sears Point, and he was always one of the best road course drivers.
Absolutely.
So he would. What's your track car? So I could tell Tony.
A 488 Challenge Evo, Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. But there's a bunch of cars I'd let him drive there. I'd let him drive that street car. I have that GT2 RS Porsche with slicks on it. I mean, it's more likely to get him to drive here than to go to Sebring because Danny's been wanting him to do it for a while. But how easy would it be if he was in town and say, hey, my buddy's got a garage?
Actually, he's going to be in town in February for this big drag racing deal in Bradenton.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to put that. I'm going to actually try to put that deal together.
He'd love to meet Dan, I'm sure. And by February.
Hold on. He knows Dan.
No, I mean meet him in person.
Yeah.
It would be awesome because Dan offered to have him drive his car probably 6 months ago. But it's hard to get Tony all the way into Florida and to Sebring. There's no real easy way to get there.
Tony will be here a lot next year. He'll be here for this big. He'll be here for the Daytona 500. He'll be here for the Gator Nationals, and he'll be here for this big drag racing deal. Tony will be in Florida a lot. Me and Sumo will get a hold of him, find out what his schedule is. Tell him the Diaco brothers now are part of the Tampa Enclave, which is a bunch of rich people that have garages.
It's a golf course for people that like driving. It's a country club. It's a driving country club.
It is. It's a race car country club.
It's 100% what it is. You have an admission. You have annual dues. It's just exactly like that.
And probably the only dude that could maybe drive your car better would be this guy, because the dude that we're talking about, Tony Stewart, and Sumo's listening right now, and Sumo will be the first to say that Tony, and I think Tony said this on our show, Lummy, is that Larson's better than he is.
Really?
I believe so.
I think Tony said Larson is better than me. If you know anything about racing with regards to a guy, like most NASCAR guys, let's just be honest, most NASCAR guys come from pavement, go-karts, pavement, road course, things like that, and most of them don't know how to drive dirt.
Or a circuit, like you're saying.
Like, they don't know how to drive dirt. Like, they, now, because not a lot of them, Jeff Gordon came from dirt, AJ Fort came from dirt, Tony Stewart came from dirt, I think Clint Boyer came from dirt. But there's been dirt guys historically have done really good on NASCAR because dirt guys aren't afraid to be loose. And loose is fast.
Counter steering.
And loose is fast. And so I don't know of any other human being, maybe Tony, that's won in, well, I think Tony's probably the only guy that has done that has achieved the levels of success in sprint car winged, sprint car non-winged, midget, modifieds, late models. I don't know that Tony even had as much late model success as Larson has had. Larson's won World of Outlaw and Lucas races. So here's Kyle Larson and what he does, Jay, and Tony kind of set this precedent with Gibbs. It's one of the problems he had with Gibbs because Tony wanted to go run NASCAR, but then like on a Tuesday, Wednesday night, he wanted to be in Cedar Lake, Wisconsin, running a dirt car, and Gibbs didn't want him doing that necessarily. That's one of the reasons why Tony went out and did his own. But there are a few guys like Larson, a couple others, that can run things like these sprint cars and do something besides just go fast on asphalt on a tight car that has the same horsepower as the next guy. Like, these are real drivers. This is arguably the greatest driver ever to drive a race car, Kyle Larson. Watch this. And I don't even know that 95% of my audience appreciates this skill set. Here we go. So, by the way, Larson's the 57 sprint car. Okay, Lummy?
Yep.
Larson to the inside slide.
That's called a slider. Look at that.
Right in front of
you.
him.
Basically, the guy in front of you that you slid has to lift or he's going to wreck. Both of you.
Larson to the inside slide job for the lead.
Then a reslide.
Schuchart crosses back underneath him. Schuchart leads
and I don't even know if people know how violent and crazy this is. Like, you are literally on the verge of death at all times with this thing. This thing's ready to spin out at any time.
How fast are they going, you think?
100.
Larson to the inside in 1 and 2. He's got the lead again. This time he'll hold it down the back straightaway. Kyle Larson into 3 and 4 with Logan Schuchart right behind him, but Kyle Larson leading on lap number 34. They race into the traffic in 3 and 4. Larson over the cushion. Here's Schuchart to the inside for the lead. 2 laps to go, and Logan Schuchart leads it again. Kyle Larson trying to cross back underneath him. Schuchart down the back stretch.
There's not one NASCAR right now guy on the current roster that could even nobody that can do this.
Anyway, they will race to the white flag.
Here's another slider. Watch this. Watch this slider.
Lead. Larson slides. Schuchart in 3 and 4. Schuchart back underneath him as they take the white flag side by side.
One to go.
Logan Schuchart slides Larson as he gets into the cushion. Back straight away for the final time. They'll race for the win in the Ironman 55. Kyle Larson slides Logan Schuchart. Schuchart crosses back underneath him, but Kyle Larson gets the win.
I mean, that's racing. That's why I don't watch NASCAR anymore. I watch that. That's racing.
It's more exciting.
Yeah, the last 25 laps of NASCAR, it's just wreck after wreck after wreck. It's
all they care about is Bubba Wallace and getting Noah Grayson in trouble for saying some kind of meme deal. 2 years.
Just liking a meme.
Ridiculous.
Was that radio plutonium or what?
What, you think I like avoiding my wife and kids to hang out with 19-year-old girls all day?
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Hello, Maria Guatemala. I meant to say hi, but then the show started. Hello, Felix the cat. Ooh, it's gonna be sunny all day.
Is it? I thought it was gonna rain later.
Well, at least in Eden. I don't know about Tampa. Tampa looks like it's gonna be sunny all day. Well, until about 2, 3 p.m. And it's a little hot.
So, Bubba, they're going to have a dirt track. They have an off-road track that's 4 miles, a dirt track that's 1.6, a road track that's 1.6, a skid plate, and they're going to have autocross area. So basically every iteration of racing they'll have.
That is so fucking cool.
I'm excited about it. I mean, if you have a dirt car, we can bring it out to the dirt. You can come 3 times a year for just hang out. You don't have to drive anything. Once I figure out how this all works, it's like, it's like having a golf club and being, hey, you want to come play around? And you bring people that know how to drive and they can have fun. Pretty excited.
Ilya's blowing up your spot. Just letting you know.
I can't wait to see your spot.
It's pretty cool.
Your garage.
Yeah.
Is it built?
Yeah, right now it's just a shell. I come up and show it to you right now. I took a video of it. But it'll take a while to build it out. I'm less concerned with building it out than getting on the track.
Right.
Next Tuesday I'm doing my orientation and track out and check out. They won't let people in the Super Solo group unless you have at least 25 days on the track and a license somewhere else.
Well, you're good with that.
I went and started counting up my days. I stopped at 90. I've had 90 days on Zebra.
Yeah.
At least. Probably more than 100. And I was just thinking in my head, as good as as okay as I am a driver on a real circuit, I couldn't even do what that guy just did. I'd be so scared in one of those cars.
I know.
My biggest weakness is counter steering. I don't know how to turn right to turn left. So the whole thing blows me away.
And while you're doing that, if you lift, you'll push into the wall.
Right, or if you put too much, you spin, right? It's like,
exactly.
Lifting and a pushing.
Yeah, that's what I want to actually try to get better at this new track is I'm going to get a little coaching. Did some PCA days, Donald Trizzo, but I had more fun doing NASA Super Solo or Chin Red Group. Chin was great just because I have a lot of friends there. Have a lot of friends there.
What it is, huh?
Good morning, Holyoke Joe. What up, Brian from Philly? How you doing, buddy? I had so much fun in Ocean City this year. The weather was gorgeous. The water was unusually warm without jellyfish. In New Jersey, if the water gets warm, like warm for us, not warm for them, not warm for us, 70-something, like a day or two in a row, you get the kind of stinging jellyfish on the shore. It's unbelievable. But there was no jellyfish at all. Oh, I know, Big Red. You're going to have to come out and hang out, too. For all that you've done for Dan, have you come out with the kids, check it out. I'm sure they'll love it. I need to get some sort of a track vehicle, some sort of a golf cart. Steven's there now, Brian. Diablo Dane. What up, Maria, Guatemala? What up, Nick?
Splintered memories looming up out of the time fog. Lost somewhere between fiction and reality. Madness. It made no sense at all. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Just in time for us to say goodbye to you guys. Follow us over on Locals. Go to rumble.com and search the Bubba Army channel. And if you hit join, you can be part of the Rumbles community and you can watch this podcast that we're going to do. The only visual aspect of this podcast is available on Locals. If not, go to wherever you get your podcasts, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, iHeart, doesn't matter. iTunes, Apple, and type in the Bubba Army, and it's available later today at noon. We run a little loose over there sometimes.
Yes, we do.
Jay, thank you, my friend.
My pleasure.
I'll walk you out.
All right.
Lummy, we'll be back. Let's call it, 10. Let's call it 10:15 to get it started early, so we can get out of here. All right.
Let's do it.
10:15. Got it?
Sounds good.
Got it.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra,
of Council.
Brett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.